Hey everyone, welcome back to Code with Poonam. Today we are diving into an array-based challenges, an essential topic in JavaScript. Arrays are everywhere in coding interviews, in real-world projects, and in data manipulation tasks as well. So mastering them will help us to solve the problems efficiently and write cleaner and optimized code. In this video, we will cover merging two arrays, finding the maximum and minimum values using different approaches, rotating an array by k times, removing duplicates and unwanted values from the arrays, finding the common elements between the arrays, performing the mathematical operations like squaring, summing, and averaging numbers in an array, and even we will explore the advanced topics like sliding subarrays, next smaller elements, and prefix sum arrays. So these challenges will sharpen the problem solving skills and help us to build a strong foundation in JavaScript. So grab a notebook, follow along, and let's break down this array challenges together. If you get stuck anywhere, please drop a comment. I am here to help. And also don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more JavaScript coding challenges. So let's get started with the question, and the question is challenge that is merging two arrays in JavaScript. This technique is super handy for combining the list and organizing the data. So let's jump into today's challenge and open up our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, the question is already mentioned that write a JavaScript function that merges two arrays combining all their elements, right? So let us come here and we will break down this particular question. So if we see here, we have a JavaScript function here. So I will take it and I'll put it over here. What is the next important part here in this question? That it should merge two arrays combining all their elements, right? So I will put it here that as well, okay? So this function is going to do what? This function is going to merge two arrays, right? So we will define our function name as a merge arrays, okay? So we'll come here and we will put here as a merge arrays. Okay, this will be our function name. Now in the next line, what we have written, merging two arrays, combining all their elements, right? So this is what we need to do it, right? Okay, now what approach we are going to follow here now? Now in yesterday videos, we looked at how to merge two objects in JavaScript. So we will be using the same approach in this challenge as well. So please go through that video as well so that you don't have any doubts regarding how we can merge two objects, okay? So here, the same approach I said, right? So in this, what is the syntax of the spread operator now? The spread operator syntax is what? 3 dots, right? So this is what we are going to do now. Suppose I take an example of two arrays, right? How do we write an array? Inside a square bracket, right? So 1, 2, 3, if I take the first array, and suppose second array I am taking as 89, 67 and 56. Okay, this will be our second array. So what I want, the output I want is, it should be like this. Okay, I'll just write it over here. The resultant, what is needed from us is, we need to have the output like this. So this will be our output. So from this, from line number 7, we have to get it the line number 8. So this will be our input and this will be our output. So this is what is required from this function. So what we will use, as I said, we are going to use a spread operator. So what we will use here is, suppose what we will write inside this array, we are going to put 3 dots and ARR1 and then 3 dots again and ARR2. 3 dots is nothing but the spread operator syntax, okay? So when we write this, what happens? We have to understand that as well. So what happens? This creates a new array, okay? What it creates a new array. And the new array initially is what? It is empty. It creates a new array and initially it is empty, okay? Now, since it is empty, after that, what it is going to encounter? Now, it is going to encounter this part. So, what it does, it spreads the elements of the array 1 into the new array. After that, it encounters this. So, it again spreads the element of array 2 into our new array. And that is where finally our new array includes both of them. Okay. Both the arrays it is going to include, but it will be spreaded. It will be not be separated like this. It will be spread it out because we have spread it over here, right? So we will get 1, 2, 3, 89, 67, 56. Okay. So first it will encounter this and it will spread out its elements into the new array. Second, it will encounter this. Again, it will spread out the elements of this array and it will put it into the new array. So that is where in the new array, which was empty, it will hold the values. Okay. That is where it is going to have it over there. Okay. So let us come down and let us define our function here now. So we will write here what function, and the name of the function we have already decided that it will be merge arrays. So I will take it from here and let us put it over here. Okay. And now let us quickly invoke this function here, and to this function as an argument, we will pass this only. Okay. And I will remove that and. Okay. So we will pass this here and this will be our to array which we are going to pass it. Now what we will do, we are passing as an args, right? So we will receive here as a parameters, right? So as a params, we are going to receive it here. So I'll write here arr1, arr2, right? And then what we will do here is let us come here and just console it to test our function is running properly or not. So arr1, arr2 we will do and we'll come to our terminal and we will execute this. So we will write here what node, and today's challenge is 22 challenge. So we have our file name saved as 22 challenge question. So we'll write here and we will just see that we are able to get the arrays or not. So if you see here, we are able to get the array here successfully. So whatever we are passing it over here, we are accepting here and we are printing here in the console, so that we are able to execute it. That means this function is successfully running. After that, what we will do, let us come here and let us define a new variable that is called as a merged. Okay, I'll create here with a merge. So we will declare it here, and then in that what we will do, the same thing. 3 dots, and we have taken it as an array 1, and then 3 dots, and we will write here as a array 2. And let us come here and let us console it out. So we'll come here and we will do console.log and we'll write here merged. Okay. Now, once again, we will just run this particular file. So I'll run it over here and I get what, if you can see, the resultant output is matching to the line number 8. Can we all see that here in the line number 8, what we have written, and the resultant output is the same. That is 1, 2, 3, 89, 67, 56. So in this, we have total 6 elements, right? So we have got this total 6 elements in this array that it has been successfully merged here. So what it did, it first created an empty array. Initially, it was empty, right? That is why it created an empty array. After that, what it did, it encountered this. This was nothing but 1, 2, 3. So it came here, it spread it out and it put into the new array. After that, it encounters this. This array is nothing but this 89, 67, 56. That also it spread it out and it has been put into the new array, right? And then we console that our array which we have stored it in a variable merge, and we are able to print it and we are able to see here. So this is how the working it has been done over here, right? This is what is this particular function. Now let us come here and let us pass some fruits name as well. So I'll come here and I'll write here merged arrays, and in this first let me pass here apple. And let us pass here orange. Okay. So this is our first array. And in the second array, let us come here and pass, suppose what, mango. And let us pass here something called as a, what we can pass here. Suppose let us pass cherry. Okay. Another fruit name. Now let us test it one more time. So if you come here, we get here what? First time, this is getting printed. It is getting printed. That is our line number 30. Okay. After that, we are able to get this as a line number 15 also if we see. So we are able to get it over here, right? So it has been successfully printed. So let us come here and comment this out, okay? And let us just improvise this console.log statement as well. And I'll just write here now what merged arrays I will write here. And let us put colon here and clear our terminal and let us test it one more time. So if we see, we are able to get merged array. First was numeric and second one we have passed the fruits, right? So we are getting a fruits array as well. So this is what we have done, right? So we are able to execute it successfully and we are able to merge as well, correct? So let us come here and let us have a recap on this one more time. So what we have done, since this function was related to merging the arrays, what we have done, we have defined and declared a function name called as a merge array with a parenthesis, right? And then what we are doing it, we are passing from here this as an argument, and it is being received here as in parents, and we have printed and we have tested that this function is running fine. After that, what we have done, we have declared one variable. In that, we have used our empty array, and in that, we are passing our arrays with a spread operator so that it spreads out the elements, right? And it is being put inside our new array. And then we have just console here. So in the console, if we see, we are able to get our merged arrays. Now, it is not necessary that you are supposed to pass only the two arrays. You can pass more than two arrays. So just you will have to receive it here, and then you will have to put that as well here with a spread operator. As soon as you do that, you will be able to merge that array as well. Okay. So this is what is being how you can merge the two arrays. This is how you can merge the two arrays. So with this function, you can merge the two arrays. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is create a function that can merge both arrays and object. Okay, and this will be super useful for the cases where you are going to deal with mixed data types and want a flexible solution. So let's open up our VS Code and read out the today's challenge. If we see, the question is already there in the VS Code. What is the question? Write a JavaScript function that merges two arrays or two objects, and you have to print an error if the inputs are of different type. Okay, so let us understand this and let us break down this particular question. If we see here, we have here what? JavaScript function. So we will take it and we will put it over here. After that, what is the important line here? That we have to merge the two arrays and two objects, right? That also we will put it over here. And in the last case, what it is written? Print an error if the inputs are of different type. So that also we have to take care of, right? And that also I'll put it over here. Okay, so these are the three important parts of our question. Now, since this question is related to merging the two arrays and two objects, so we'll come here and we will define our function name as merge data. Okay, this will be our function name, merge data with a parenthesis. Okay, now let's come to the next line, that is merging two arrays and two objects. Okay, in the previous two videos, we have clearly discussed how we can merge two arrays and two objects. If not watched, please go and watch out that as well. You will get a very clear understanding about it. Okay, so what approach we will follow here is we are going to follow the approach that is a spread operator itself. Correct? So we will be using here what? Spread operator. Spread operator syntax is what? Three dots, right? This is what we are going to use it. We know that if we have to merge two arrays, what we have to do here? We are going to create an empty array and we are going to pass our array with a three dots, that is with a spread operator, right? So three dots and our array 1 we are going to pass, and after that again three dots and ARR2, that is second array. So this is what we will do it if it is a case of an array, right? If it is a case of an array. Now, if it is a case of an object, then what we will do? We will be creating an empty object. In that, with our spread operator syntax, we are going to pass our first object, and then we will be passing our second object as well. That will be our obj1 and our obj2. So this is the case when we are working with the object. Now, since we have worked separately, that was okay. Right now, we cannot directly use this, okay? Because the input we are passing, we don't know whether it will be an array, whether it will be an object, or whether it will be a mix, right? So we don't know the type of that input what we are going to pass it. So in that case, we will have to understand what is the input, and then we will have to properly conditionally solve this. So in this case, first of all, we will be using what? If and else condition here. Okay, so we are going to use if and else. Okay, so here, how many conditions we have to pass? First of all, for the array, correct? second for the object, and third for the error, right? So that is why first condition will come here for the if. We are going to pass here our first condition, correct? Then again there is a second condition here, right, for the object, because we cannot directly write if and else because we have a error also, right? So the second condition we are going to pass it here. So that is where we will be using else if. So here our condition 2 will come with respect to our object, and after that this else part will print our error. Okay, so this is what is the approach we are going to use it here. That if condition, if our condition is satisfied, we are going to print an array. If it is, we will be working for the objects, and then we will be working here for the error. Okay, so if this condition is getting satisfied, then we will be merging our two arrays. If this condition is satisfied, then we are going to merge our object. And if both of them, the conditions are not satisfied, then we are going to print the error that the inputs are of different types. Now, what will be the condition we are going to use it? Okay, now we have to check first that it is an array or not, right? It is an array or not, it is an object or not. These are the both scenarios we have to create it. So to check whether it's an array or not, okay, to check whether it's an array, we have a method called as a isArray. What is the method name? The method name is what? IsArray. So on our array, so how do we write it? We write it array dot isArray, and in this array you pass your first array. Okay, so this is when you pass it, it will check whether it is an array or not. If it is an array, it is going to give you true. So here, since we don't have only one array, we have two arrays, right? So I will use it with a AND operator, and we will come here and we will write array dot isArray, and here we will write here ARR of 2. And if this condition is satisfied, that means it becomes true, then we are going to work upon this and we will be getting what? The final resultant after merging the two arrays, correct? So this is what it will be. Now, so this is the first part. If this condition is true, we will be getting this and we are going to merge the two arrays, right? We are going to do this part, correct? Now, in the second case, now, when we have to check whether it is an object or not. So how we will be checking whether it is an object or not? How we can do this? So here we are going to pass two things, okay? Now, why two conditions we will be passing in this? Now, why two conditions? Because first of all, we will check whether the input, okay, whether the object 1 we are passing, that is object or not. Okay, so that is, we are going to check whether it is an object or not. Now, one more important part here is I have to tell you the type of array is also object. That is why two condition here. The type of your array is also an object. If you console your type of, you will get it as an object itself. I'll show you that as well. Okay, so that is why this only one condition cannot solve our problem. So first of all, we are going to check this, that this type of obj2 is object or not. Okay, so this we are going to do it. After that, we will have to also put here with a not operator that it should not be an array, because this, if I check the type of array, it is an object. So that is why we will be taking this as well, but with a not operator. Okay, so we'll come here and we will put here a not operator and we will pass here obj1. So it should not be an array, that it can easily identify, right? So with a not operator, if it is not an array, then only the condition will be executed as true and we will be able to merge the two objects. Got it? So this will come here and we will be doing it. Okay, and we will come to the now we will come to the last part, that is our else part. Okay, in this, if the inputs are of different types, how can we identify the inputs are of different type? Because at every place, here also you will get false, here also you will get false. So in this case, we will not have an option left. So it will come here to the else part and it will just print here in the console that inputs are of different types and I cannot execute it. Correct? So this is what is the complete approach we are going to follow. Okay. So let us come down and write our function. Okay, so we'll write here function, and we have decided that our function name will be merge data. So let us come here and quickly invoke this, and while invoking it, I will pass here the array as an argument. Okay, so we'll come here and we will write here what 1, 2, 3 as our first array, and second I'll write here 4, 5, 6. And here while I'm receiving it, I will write here input 1, comma input 2. Why input 1 and input 2? Because here when we are working with the object, it will differ, right? So we cannot give here right now array 1 and array 2. So that is why we will keep here input 1 and input 2. Now let us quickly come here and console the values. Okay, here. So input 1 and input 2 as well I'll do, so that we can get the values. So we'll come here and we'll write it here, and we get here 1, 2, 3 as our first array, 4, 5, 6 as our second array. So we are successfully able to get this. Okay, now what we will do, I wanted to show you that I said, right, our array is also an object and object is also an object, correct? I told you, right, when we check the type of anything, we get here as an object. So that I want to show you all here. So let us come here and check it. So I'll write here what console to check the type. What we have to do, we have to use here what type of, and I'll write here what input 1, and I'll come here and I'll write here type of, and I'll write here input 2 as well. Okay, now let us test it one more time. So we'll come here and you see object. That means what I said, that array type is also an object, that we are properly getting it here. That first time also object, second time also an object. Now let us invoke it one more time and let us pass an object here. So I'll just write here A colon 30, and then I'll write here B colon 89. Okay, and let us pass one more object. So we'll come here and we'll write here C colon 90. And then I'll write here D colon 67. Okay, let us once again run it. We get what? Object. So for this also we are getting object. This also we are getting an object. So that means what we said, that our array is also an object when we check the type, and our object is also an object when we check the type. So that is why we will have to do what we will be doing that in that case. That is why additional condition we will have to put it for an object. Okay, so let's come here and let us now write our if else condition over here. So we'll come here and we will write here what. Now first of all, let us just comment out and we will clear the terminal as well. Okay, so we'll come here and I'll clear it off, CLS. Okay, now let us come here and let us write our if condition. So in this if condition, first of all, we have to check the input which is being provided, it is an array or not. Okay, so I'll just comment it right now, line number 33. Okay, and I'll come here and I'll write here array dot is array. Okay, and in this I'm going to pass my input 1. After that, what we will do, we will use our AND operator, because we want to check both the test cases, right? That it has to be true, right? So I will be writing here what array dot is array, and I'll write here what input 2. So both of them should be true. Then only it should go inside and it should merge our array. Okay. So we'll come here and then what we will do, it will come here and we will now define our variable with a merge array. Okay, so we'll write here merge array is equal to now empty array. In that we are going to pass what with a 3 dots, that is spread operator, input 1, and then one more time 3 dots and input 2. Right, this is what we are going to do it, and just we will console it out here. Okay, so let us come here and let us do it here. Okay, so now let us test it here in this. So we'll come here and we will write here what node, and we will write here today's file name, that is 23, and we'll write here what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's written here, right? So we are able to get this right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we are able to execute this and we are able to successfully merge an array. So it has checked whether it is an array. Both the test case we are getting here as true, and that is why it is able to merge it. Now the next we have to check for the object, right? So we will write here else if, right? So we are going to write our another condition, that we have to check first of all, it is an object or not, and second, it should not be an array. That is what we have to check it. Now to check the type, what we have to use? We have to use what? Type of. Okay. So we will come here and we will write here what? Now, since we have done this, let us come down and let us check for our object as well. Okay. So we will write our second condition here inside our else if, right? Now, first of all, what we will have to check, that we will have to check the type, right? And then second, we have to check it should not be an array. So to check the type, what we are going to use here? Type of. Okay. So we will be using type of. So we will come here and we will write here what? In this, just write it directly. Type of input 1 is equal to object. Okay. And type of input 2 is equal to object. And so this is our first thing. After that, one more here will come that we have to check it. It should not be an array, right? So again here and will come, and then we will write and array dot is array, and we will pass here what? Input 1, because it should not be an array, right? Then again one and operator, not operator, array dot is array, and then here I will pass what? Input 2. So this is what we are going to put everything inside this. And then if I come here, I will just write here what? Let us just write here console.log objects are present. Okay. I'll just write it so that let us see whether we get it or not. Okay. So we, in the line number 40, we have our object as well. So let us come here and just let us invoke it one more time. So let us come here, and if we see we are getting objects are present, that means this is able to successfully identify that it is an object, it is not an array. So this also is getting proved correct, and this also is getting proved correctly. Okay. Let us come here and let us declare a variable that is a merged object. Okay. And then we will write here what? Is equal to flower braces, and inside that with a 3 dots, it will be our input 1, comma 3 dots input 2. That is nothing but our spread operator, right? Syntax. And then let us just console it, console.log merge object. Okay. And we will just comment our line number 33. Okay. So let us quickly come here and one more time let us test it. So we can see here it has successfully merged. Can we see A colon 30, B colon 89, C colon 90, right? And D colon 67. So we are able to get this also. Now, the two conditions where we wanted to do here is we have successfully done this. Okay. So this is also done and the function is also defined correctly. Right? Now we have to work upon the last line, that we have to print an error if the inputs are of different types, right? So I'll just put it over here. Okay. And what we will do here is in the else part. Okay. We'll come here and we'll write the else part. And in that I'll just write here what? Console.log, and in this we are going to write here what? We'll just put this and I'll write here what? This colon with the error. Okay, so I'll write here error and a colon, and inputs are of different types. And here we can just put here what? Input 1, comma input 2 as well. Okay, now here right now we don't have anything with in regards to this. Let us run it in the terminal one more time. Note 23 challenge question. We get it this part, right? So it is not going here because these two are satisfying the above two conditions, right? Let us come here and invoke it one more time, and we will pass here what? First, let us pass an array 45, 67. Okay. And another, let us pass an object with T colon 90 and U colon 67. Okay. Let us come here and just one more time, let us invoke it and see whether for this, it is an array. For this, it is an object. And for this, it is a mix, right? So let us just test it one more time. If we see here, we are getting third instance that it is a different type, right? What we are getting, that the inputs are of different type. And we are getting in the form of an error message. Also, it is showing, right? Error colon, right? Because we have written here error, right? So because they told print an error, then you can improvise it in another way. You can also do here what console dot error. Okay. You can also use here console dot error. Okay. It's up to you all. If you want to use log, you can use log. Or if you want to use your error, console dot log error, you can use that as well. Okay. So this is what if we see both the test cases are completely running fine. If we see all the three. So if we see here, all the three test cases are perfectly running fine. Okay. So let's have a quickly recap what we have done here. So first of all, what we did, we declared a function. We defined a function with a merge data. After that, we tested for an array that we have to check if it is an array or not by using a isArray method. And we are using our input one because that was an array in the first 45 line number invocation when we did, and then here it is going to merge it and we are able to get it right. After that, what we have done, we have written the condition for the object that it has to be tested, that it should be an object and also it should not be an array. Why? Because our array is also an object and object is definitely an object, right? So where we check the type of that time, we get an object. So that is why we have to make sure that if it is an object, it should not be an array. So that is where here we are doing that part, right? And then we have merged the object here by using our spread operator. Similarly here by putting here square bracket, correct? And then we are consoling it at both the places, console.log, merge array and merge object. Once this both the test cases is done, then we come to the last, that is our else part, wherein if we are passing here this part, what happens if we are passing with the different data types. Okay, so then in that case, what it should do, it should print an error. So we can use console.log to print it, or we can use it console.error to print it. And we are going to write here what inputs are of different types, and we can just show what are the inputs. So that is what we have done here. And if you see here line by line here, I have explained it very thoroughly that how we have proceeded with this, right? First checking an array, then checking an object. And then last, if the inputs are of different types, then put it in the else part, right? Correct. So if we see here in the last line, while invoking, we have properly passed here the array, we have properly passed here the object, and here it is a mix of the data. And if we clear the terminal one more time, and if we run this particular file, we get this properly, that in the first time it is merging an array, second it is merging an object, and third time it is throwing an error that it is of a different type, right? So that is what we are able to do it over here. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is to work with an essential concept in JavaScript, that is finding maximum and minimum value in an array of numbers. This is super useful in any kind of data analysis or when you need to find extremes in your data. So let's jump into today's challenge and open up our VS Code. So if we see in the VS Code, the question is already mentioned that write a JavaScript function that takes an array of numbers and return maximum and minimum number of values. That is what is our question, right? Now let us come here and we will break down this question. So we will just take the important part of this question. That is JavaScript function, correct? After that, what is the important part here? It takes an array of numbers, right? So this also we will take up here and we will put it over here. After that, what is the important part? That it returns the maximum and minimum number of values, right? So that also I will put it over here. So these are the important parts of our question. Now this function is what going to do? It is going to return us what? Minimum and maximum value, right? So I'll come here and I'll define the function name as min max number, okay? This will be our function name. Now in the second line, what it is written? Takes an array of numbers, right? So let us just write here a sample array. So inside a square bracket, we will just write here what? 1, 23, 45, 90. Okay. So this will be our sample array. Okay. Now, what is the third line? Maximum and minimum number of values, right? This is what we wanted, correct? So then what approach we are going to follow here? So we will be using JavaScript math methods to make this process simple and efficient. So in math methods, what do we have now? We have math.min and we have math.max. So this is what we are going to use it. Now, as the name itself suggests that this is going to give us what? Minimum value, right? Okay, and this is going to give us what? Maximum value. So this is what is going to provide. So I'll just write it here as well. So as the name itself suggests, right? MIN, minimum value, MAX, maximum value. So this is going to return it. But now in this parenthesis, what it accepts? It accepts the list of numbers, I can say. It doesn't accept a array. It accepts the numbers. So how we can write it here inside this? So if I have to write it, I will be writing math.min, and in this just the numbers, not the array. So I'll take it from here as well and I'll put it over here. So what is the minimum value from here? We will get here what? 1. So it is not going to accept what? It is not going to accept the array. So I'll come here and I'll write here what? Math.max, and in this also I'll pass it like this, and this is going to give us what? 90. So if you see here, it is not going to accept what? Array. So how can we make that work out now? We have an array, we don't have a numbers. So how can we do that? So in the previous videos, if you have gone through that, in that what we have used a spread operator. Those who have not gone through, please, I request, please watch out that videos as well. Okay, so there we have done much more in depth about the spread operator. Okay, so the spread operator, we are going to use it here. Okay, what is the syntax of a spread operator? 3 dots. What does a spread operator do? It spreads out the elements of an array, correct? We are working with respect to the array. So I'm saying about it that it is going to spread out what? The elements of the array. So then how we are going to write it? Then we will be writing what? Math.min and 3 dots and then our array. So whatever will be our array, we are going to pass it like this with the spread operator, that is 3 dots. And if you want to find out the maximum, so we will write here math.max and in the spread operator and the array. I will also show you what if we pass directly the array, what we get it. That also I will show you when we are writing down our function. So this is the approach we are going to use it, that we are going to use math.min and math.max along with our spread operator, since it is an array, because math.min and math.max method takes number over there. It doesn't takes directly your array. Okay, so let us come here and define our function. So function, and what we have decided, our function name will be min max number, right? So that is what. So we have defined our function. Let us quickly invoke it here and let us pass the sample array which we have created. So I'll come here and I'll put it over here. So this is going to accept it as what? As an ARGS. And as a parameter, I will just write here what? ARR, correct? Now then what we will do? We will come here and we will just test it out. So we will just come here and we will write here console.log ARR. And we will just test our function is successfully running or not. So we'll come here and we will write here what? Node, and we will write here day 24 challenge, because today's challenge is day 24. So we'll come here and we will write here what? 1, 23, 45, 90. We are able to get it. So when we run this particular function, we are able to get this, right? Now, after this, what we will do here is, now let us come here and define a variable. So we'll declare a variable called as a min, and we will define also for a max. Okay, const min and const max. Okay, so we'll define it like this. Okay, and in this, both of them, we are going to store our minimum and maximum value. As of now, I'll just comment it out here and I'll just write here what? Math.min, and in that I will directly pass the array. Okay, I'll directly pass the array. And now let us just run it and see what do we get here. So node and day 24. Now you see what do we get? Since we have not consoled, we are not getting anything. So let us come here and console it. So console.log min, and now let us test it one more time. So we'll come here and we'll write here what? Node 24 challenge, and we got here our array, that is 18 line, and then we are getting not a number. So this is not giving us the output. It is giving nan it is giving, that is not a number. So that means it is not able to find out that it is a numbers. So it is not able to recognize the numbers, and that is why it is giving us what? NaN. That is not a number. So now if I just pass it with a spread operator with a 3 dots, and let us test it one more time, okay? Now if you come here and you will see I got 1. So that is the minimum, right? Now let us come here, and once again we will come here and we will write here what? Math dot max as well. And in this also I will pass directly the array. And now let us just console it one more time. So we'll console it and we will write here what? Max. Okay. Now let us come here and let us run it. Node day 24, and we get what? NaN. Here we are able to get this out, but here we are getting again what? Not a number. That means it is not able to find out that whatever we are passing is an number. So we will use our spread operator and we will spread out the elements of an array. And then once again, if you run it, now you will get here what? 1 as your minimum and 90 as your maximum. You can come here and you can make it 100 here, and then you can just see what do we get. So I'll clear the terminal and we will run it one more time, and you get here 23 now. And here it is 100. So we are successfully able to get our minimum and maximum value out of our array. Got it? Now let us come here and we will just improvise this. So I'll come here and I will take it here down. Okay. So whatever the logic will be there, it will be together and we will be writing it like this. Okay. And I'll comment this console.log ARR also, and we will write here what? In the double quotes, I will just write here what? Minimum. Okay. And I'll put comma with a colon. Okay. And here let us come here and let us write here what? This is our maximum, right? So we'll write here what? Maximum with a colon, and now we will just test it out. If we want, we can improvise it more. As of now, let's come here and test it. So we'll write here what? Node, and we will write here what? 24, and we will get here minimum is 23 and maximum is 100. So we are able to get this here. So what we have used along with the spread operator, because it cannot directly accept your array. It needs the list of numbers. That is where it is going to work here. Got it? So let us come here and now let us do a recap of what we have done. So what we have done is here, we have used our math methods. What were the methods? Math.min and math.max, right? These are the two methods, but this two method doesn't take directly an array. What does it take? It takes the list of number. If I want to show this, I can show this as well. So let us come here. After this, I will just write here to show you all console.log, and in that I will pass it directly like this. And you will get, guys, 1. Let us see this. We are getting or not? See here. 1 we are getting. Okay. So it takes the list of numbers, not the array. That is why the execution has been performed now. So I'll just comment it out here. Okay. Just to explain you, so that it takes a list of numbers. Same goes with your max also. So that is where now we have an array. We don't have a numbers, right? So how can we get the numbers? We will use a spread operator, right? Using 3 dots, what we did, we used here along with our math.min and 3 dots and our array. And as soon as we passed it, we were able to spread out the elements of the array, right? Then we came here and we write down the function min max number, and we are passing the array, correct, from here, and we are receiving it here. Then what we did here is what? We declared 2 variables, and then we calculated our minimum and maximum number here, right? Using our math methods along with the spread operator. And then we just consoled here, right? And when we invoke the function, we were able to get it. So we can try out with a different test cases. Let us try out with a negative number. What do we get if there is a negative number? So min max number, and let us write here -3, 20, 78. That is what I'm going to write it now. Minimum should get -3 and maximum should get 78, right? So let us clear the terminal and let us test it one more time here. So what we get, minimum is 23, maximum is 100. That is for the first one. For second one, minimum is -3. So we are able to get it. And maximum is what? 78. So we are able to successfully get from this as well. Even if it's a negative number, it is going to give you the correct values only. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is work with the numbers, but this time we will take it a step further by allowing multiple inputs directly. So this will give us more flexibility in working with the numbers. So let's move to our VS Code and start solving this particular challenge. So if we see in the VS Code, the question is already mentioned. What is the question? Write a JavaScript function that takes n number of numbers as an input and returns the maximum and minimum values from those numbers, right? So yesterday's problem also, what we did, we find out what maximum and minimum number, right? But there we were passing as an array, right? But here we are not going to pass as an array. We will be passing as a number, and then we will accept it and we will find out the minimum and the maximum number. Okay, that is what is the today's challenge. So now let's break down this question. Okay, so if we see here, what is the important part? That is a JavaScript function. So we will take it and we will put it over here. After that, what is the important part? That it takes n number of numbers as an input, right? This is the important part here, right? That also we will put it. And after that, it should return what? Maximum and minimum value. Okay. So this also, let us come here and put it here. So these are the three important parts of our question. Okay. Now, since this question is going to return what? Maximum and minimum value. So we will define our function name as min, max, num. Okay. This will be our function name with the parenthesis. Okay. After that, what it is saying, that it should take n number of numbers as an input, right? So we can come here and we can just put here 4-5 numbers right now, 45, 89, 34, like that numbers it should take up. So this will be our number. So assume we are going to take this many numbers, okay? After that, what it is written here, that it should return the maximum and minimum values, right? In yesterday's video, same thing has been covered, guys. So I request everyone, do watch out that video as well. Here as well, I am going to explain you all, okay? Now, what will be the approach then? What we are going to use it here? We will be using what? Math methods, okay? So we will be using here math methods. In math methods, we have math.min and we have what? Math.max. So these are the two methods which we are going to use it. Now here it is written min. That means it is going to give you what? Minimum value. Okay. And this is what? Maximum, right? Max. So it is going to give you what? Maximum value. So this both the methods is going to return it, right? Now, here what is the case, that it takes what? Now this takes directly your numbers like this. So if you're passing it from here, it will directly give you the minimum and the maximum value. So if you come here and if you write here math.min and if you pass everything to this, you will get your desired result. So what would be the minimum value from this? If I say 34 would be the minimum, right? So we will get here 34. Let us change here. 34 is repeated. So I'll just put it 35 here. And let us come here and also change it. So this will be our minimum, right? Now, if we come for a maximum, then what we will get for a maximum then? So if we come here and if we write maximum, for a maximum, what will be the value? We will get here what? 89. Again, if I see 89 is repeated, so let us make this as a 98 here as well, and we will here make it 98 here as well. So if we see here, the highest value is what? 98. So this is our maximum. So this will be our resultant which we are going to get. So minimum method like math.min will give us the minimum value. For a maximum, math.max is going to give us the maximum value. Now here, the challenge is what now? If suppose here, okay, fine, it is here 5 numbers. But what if I have 50, 60? So then how we are going to address that? Because what will happen now in JavaScript, if we want to pass multiple numbers to a function, what we will do? Either we will pass it as an array or as an individual arguments, right? That is what we are going to do it. In both the scenario, if we are passing as an array, then we can receive it as an array in our function. Okay, but if we are passing as an individual arguments, then we have to define that many number of parents in the function, right? That many numbers. But so then if it is 50, then we will have to define 50, right? So that would be a difficult scenario. So in JavaScript, to handle that, we have something called as a REST operator, or we say a REST parameter. Okay. What do we have? We have a REST parameter, or we can say as well as REST operator. So this will help us here. Okay. So what it will do, when you are passing the n number of arguments, in the params, what you will do, you will not define individual numbers. What you will do, we have a syntax and you can use the three dots. It is similar to the spread operator, but the working is totally different. And we can write here rest, we can write here params, whatever. This is user defined name. Okay, we can write it like this, and this is known as a rest parameter because we pass it as a parameter to a function. So when you are doing it, you will be doing it like this function, and suppose I write here right now function f1 as this, and if I invoke it, when I am invoking this function, okay, here when I'll be invoking this function, this is just a sample to explain the rest operator. Okay, so here if I am passing this list of numbers, okay, from here, so when I'm receiving it, I will not come here and I will do it n1 comma n2 comma n3, because if this is going to be more, then in that scenario what I can do, right now it is only 5, suppose it is 30, suppose it is 40, then what we will do? So to handle that, we have our rest operator or rest parameter. So it tells us that you don't do it like this, you come here and just put three dots and you write here as a rest. When you write here as a rest, and when you try to console this, okay, when you try to console your rest, it will automatically, they will convert it into an array. We will see the resultant. So your output will be like this. What you will get the output, your output will be like this in an array. Now, since it is again converting into an array, then we want to find out the minimum and maximum, right? But minimum and maximum, what does it take? It directly takes the number, and here we are getting an array again. So please remember the challenge, guys. Yesterday question what we have did. In that we did what? If we are getting this, we have spreaded out the elements of an array. So same thing we are going to use here as well. So to this what we will do, then we can just come here and do this console.log 3.rest. So then what it will happen, this will now no longer remain in an array, it will spread it out. Okay, then we can directly use it inside our min method and in our max method, that is math.min and math.max method, both of them. So this is what is the complete approach we are going to use it. So this question has your methods as well, along with your spread operator and the rest operator. So here this will be your spread operator, okay, which is going to spread out the elements of an array. Okay, so this is what will be in this case. So now what we will do, let us come down and let us create a function and let us see how we can handle this. Okay, let's create a function called as a min max number to handle this. So this is what we decided, right? So function min max num, and let us quickly invoke it. So I'll invoke this here and I will pass the set of numbers which we have decided. So this is what I'm passing it here. Now in this case, I am not going to receive it as n1, n2, n3, n4, guys. I will be receiving it here with the usage of our rest operator or rest parameter. So I'll come here and I'll put it here, what, three dots, and I'll put it here as a rest. Okay, and just I'll console this rest and I will see what do I get. Okay, so let us come here and check it in the terminal. Today's challenge is 25. So we will write here what, note 25 challenge question, and you see it got converted into an array. That is what I said. When you are going to console it, you will be getting in an array. So this is what we are able to get it over here. And now one more important thing, again I am repeating it, the rest which I have written, it is user defined. You can put in place of rest as a params, parameter, numbers, input, value, whatever the name you want it, you can put it over here. This is a user defined. Okay, now this is giving me into an array. Okay, now since it is giving me an array, I cannot directly use my methods, right? Our math methods, I cannot directly use it, correct? So what I will have to use? I will have to use a spread operator here. So I will just show you what will happen on this if I use a spread operator now. So console.log, and I will use here what? Three dots, and I will write here what? Rest again. Okay. So when I am using here, I'll write here rest, and we will come here, and once again we will run it in the terminal. You will see here what I am getting: 45, 89, 34, 98, and 35. This is what I am getting here. So what it is doing? It is spreading out the elements of that array. Now we can pass this to both the methods, right? Now we can pass it because this method needs this, right? It doesn't need an array. So now what we will do here is we will come here and we will define our two variables, that is minimum and maximum. And in that we will calculate and store it. Okay. So come here and let us come here and declare a variable const min is equal to math.min, and in that we are going to pass this rest along with the spread operator, that is with the three dots. And let us just come here and console our min. I'll write here min, and we will once again test it in the terminal. So we will get here 34. That is our minimum value, right? Now let us come here once again and let us declare another variable that is called as a const max. And we will write here what? Math.max. And in that again with a spread operator, we are going to pass our rest. Okay. And now let us come here and console it our max, and we will see here what in the terminal that we are going to get 98. That is what we are getting here, correct? So this is what? This was our rest. Okay, this is our, I'll just write here. This is your rest operator, or you say as a parameter. Why as a parameter we say? Because we are passing inside this function as a param. That is why it is said as a rest parameter also. Okay, now when you come here, this is no longer your rest parameter or rest operator because it is just passed like this. So this is a spread operator. So I will repeat once again, don't confuse in this because the syntax is the same. But always a rest operator is termed as a rest parameter because you have to pass it as a parameter to a function. Okay, this we are not going to pass it. Okay, so this is your spread operator. Okay. So this I'll just write it here. This is our spread operator. Fine. So let us come here and let us clear the terminal one more time. And we will just test it one more time. So we get here what? 34 and 98. So math.min needs a number list of numbers, and we are able to pass it out with the help of our spread operator. So I'll just comment the other thing, that is this line number 23, line number 24. Okay. And now in the rest parameter, we get one more privilege. That is the best test case, I would say here. Now here I can just pass 78, 90, 56, 34, 23, 67, like this, n number of, okay, 90, once again you pass, 12 you pass, okay, you pass n number of numbers, but you don't have to change your function. You are not going to change your function. Once again run it and check. You will get your value. So here if you see the least value, that is a minimum, is 12, and still our maximum value is 98 itself. If you come here and if you put 200, then you will get your maximum value as 200. So that is what it is. Can you see here? So what we did, we are passing your list of this, but when we are receiving it here, it is automatically converting into an array. And since it is converting into an array and spread operator is working dynamically to spread it out the elements, then this automatically we are passing here, and then we don't have a hiccups to change our function. So whenever we are going to create a function, we have to make sure our functions are dynamic in nature. So in this case, if you change your input at any point of time, your function will remain the same. So that is the best use case of your REST operator. Okay, so this is, if we come here and one more time, I will just invoke it and I'll just pass here three values, 1, 45, 78. So let us come here and clear the terminal and let us one more time run it. We get here 12, 200, 1 and 78. That is, for this we are getting minimum is 1, maximum is 78. So let us come here and let us improvise this. Just we will write here what? Minimum and maximum. Okay. So let us come here and write here what? Minimum colon. Okay, and let us come here and here also write here what? Maximum with a colon. Okay, so we are able to get it. Now let us clear the terminal and rerun it. So if we check, we are getting minimum is 12, maximum is 200, minimum is 1, and maximum is 78. If you want, you can pass this rest here as well, but right now I'm not doing it, okay? So let's have a recap one more time. So what we were asked to do to find out a minimum and a maximum value, okay? But it will accept, your function will only accept what? N number of numbers as an input. It is not saying that 2 or 3, it is saying N number of. And when it is saying N number of, that means we have to write a function in that way that whatever the input we are passing, it should not break, right? That is where we have to write a function in a dynamic way. So if we come here, we know if we want to find minimum and maximum, we have to use this math methods, min and max of that. So that we have used it, but it takes in numbers, right? So that is here, that was not a problem, correct? But because we were passing here N number of numbers only, but N number of numbers means how much? If tomorrow, if I change my input, then it will be a problem, right? So in that case, we used a rest parameter or a rest operator to avoid that scenario, right? And we used it with a 3 dot. So when we are passing inside a function, it will automatically convert it into an array. And then with the spread operator, we will spread it out. And then we will pass it to the math.min and math.max method, because it takes just list of the number. When we were passing n number of numbers as an input, as an argument to the function, that time what happened? When we are receiving it here, we are not receiving as an individual parameters, right? We are receiving as a rest operator. So since we are receiving it as a rest operator, it got converted into an array, right? And that is where there was a need of a spread operator. And that is where with the help of the spread operator only, we can pass it to a math.max and math.min methods. That is what we have done here as well. So I've written our function, correct? And we are using our here rest operator to accept n number of input values from here, correct? And then we defined it here, the minimum method and the maximum method. And then we were passing along with the spread operator this rest, right? And then we improvised our console.log statements as well. Also in line number 22, 23 and 24. In this 3 lines, I clearly mentioned here what is it doing. This is our rest operator. This is our console.log, which is giving us the values in an array. And this is giving us what? It is spreading out the elements, right, of that particular array, correct? And then finally, we have invoked it and we have tested our function. So let us come here and clear the terminal. And one more time, let us test it. So if we test it, we are able to get that as well. So minimum, maximum, minimum and maximum, right? So this is what is the particular today's problem. Okay. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about rotating an array by k times. Here we will be using a basic JavaScript methods like pop and unshift to solve this problem. So let's begin with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here question, right? That write a JavaScript function to rotate an array by k times, right? And we have here our sample input and output as well. So let us come down and we will break this question. So what we will take here, we will write our JavaScript function, right? After that, what do we have? We have to rotate an array by k times, right? Just take this rotation and I will put it over here, okay? Now, since this rotation is mentioned 2, I am going to repeat this by 2 times. If it would have been mentioned 4, I would have repeated 4 times. That means what do we understand by the rotation? That our start point will always be 1 and the end point will be given to us, right? That means in terms of what? Rotation. So here in this case, our end point will be what? 2, because we have got our rotation as 2. Now let us come here and we will check what? Our input array, number of rotations also, and as well as our output as well. So this is our array. So I'll just take it over here. Now Since we know now the number of rotations is 2, that means it has to be rotated 2 times. Let us see what will happen in the first rotation. Okay, so I'll just put it over here. Now what will happen here is, if we see the desired output, this element 5 was placed at last and now it is placed somewhere in the start, right? Even it goes for 4 as well, right? So that means what is happening? The last element is getting placed at the first index, correct? So we are removing the last element and we are inserting that element at the beginning. So in the first rotation, what will happen? We will have here 5, then we will have here 1, then 2, then 3, and then 4. This will be our desired output after the first rotation. Now what will happen in the second rotation? Now our array has changed. This is our array. So then what will happen? I'll just write here our new array. So this is our array. Now, when the rotation is 2, what will happen? See here. Now, 4 will come in the start. That is what it is going to happen because the last element is inserted in the beginning, right? So that means here what we are going to write 4, comma, then 5, then comma 1, then comma 2, then comma 3. That is where. So whatever is the last element will be placed in the beginning. Since the number of rotation is 2, it is going to end here itself and this will be our desired output. So we see here, this is what we are getting here as well. So what we have to do in this, we have to remove, I'll just write here that as well. We have to remove the last element, okay? And then we have to insert that last element in the beginning. So insert the last element in the beginning. Okay, so this is what I'm going to write here as well. Now, what we have to do, this how many times we have to do? This we have to repeat this process, or I would write repeat this process k times. That means number of rotations, right? That is what is k times. So we will have to repeat it k times. So this is what is the final approach we have to do it. Now we have methods to do this. So for removing the last element, we have a pop method. What does pop method is going to do? It will remove the last element of the array. And then we have a unshift method. So what this unshift method will do? It will add the element in the beginning. So whatever the element we provide, it is going to add up in the beginning. So what logic I would say that whatever you're removing here, that only we will pass it to the unshift and that automatically will get add up over here. And then we will repeat this step or this process by k times, okay? So let us write down this code step by step and we will understand that as well, okay? So we will define here function name as what? Rotate array, right? So I will just write here rotate array and I will just quickly invoke it here, okay? Rotate array. And in this what I am going to pass my input and the number of rotations, right? So what do we have here as an input? We have here array. So I'll just take this and I will pass it over here. After that, number of rotation is what? 2. This is what we have to pass it. So we will come here and we will receive here as an array, comma, rotation. Okay. So that is what we will do it here. And we will come here in line number 20. We will just console it out and we will check. So this is our array and then we have our rotation, right? So let us come in the terminal and we will write here node, and today's challenge is what? 38. So I'm going to write 38 challenge and I will just hit the enter. So what do I get? I get here what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is our array and the number of rotation as well. That means this is successfully running, right? Now what we decided here that we will be using loop, right? For the number of rotation. So let us come here and use our loop. Okay. So I'll write here what? For loop, correct? And in this we will declare it, right? Let I is equal to, it is going to start at 1. And then what we will do? I less than or is equal to, I will just put my rotation here and I will increment it by 1. That means I plus plus, correct? And then we will come here and now let us just come here and console and check our I value also. What do we get in the terminal? So node 38, right? Challenge, and we get here 1 and 2. That means this loop is going to run only 2 times, right? If I pass my rotation number of times more, it will pass here. I will get I value. If I pass the number of rotation as 4 or 5, then I will get here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So this is what everything is working properly. Now let us come here and we will write down what we have discussed from line number 10 to line number 17. Okay. So let us come here and what we will do, we will first extract the last element. So I will write here what const last element as well. Okay. And in this, I am going to just pass my array dot pop. Okay. And I will console it here and I will show you as well. So console.log last element. Okay. So let us come here and console.log I enter comment. Now console.log I line number 20. Console.log I line number 23. I am just commenting it out. Okay. Now let us come here and rerun this and we will get here something like 5 and 4, right? Since this is getting repeated twice, we are getting both of them, right? 5 and 4. This is what we needed, right? Now we have here the last element. Now what we will do, this last element, we will be passing to the unshift method, okay? Pop method doesn't takes anything. It will just remove the last element. Always remember, it is going to remove the last element. We don't have to pass anything inside this. Pop and the parenthesis on your array, it is going to work. Now here in unshift, why we have to pass? Because we need to tell, right, to the method that you have to add this particular element to the array, right? That is why you need to pass the element over here. So here what you will do, array dot unshift you will use on the same array, and then we will pass our last element directly to this. Correct? And we will come here and outside we will just console it over here. So console.log array. Okay. And now let us see in the terminal, what do we get? We will write here what node 38 challenge, and we will see here we got what 4, 5, 1, 2, and 3. I showed here what this 5 and 4 was getting removed, right? And then because of this unshift method, it is getting added to this particular array in the beginning. So it is removing the element, it is adding, then again it is removing, and then it is adding. So it is going to repeat it till your rotation is completed, right? So since we passed here 2, the number of rotations were 2 and we got here 5 and 4. So 5 was removed and it was added in the beginning. Then 4 was removed and it was added in the beginning. So that is what we have. We can test it with one more input here. So let us come here and write here rotate array, and I will just pass here what 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 let us pass. And we will pass here as number of rotation as 4. Okay. Now let us once again, let us test it in our terminal. I'll just clear the terminal and rerun it here. Node day 38. We get here what? See, when I wrote 4 times, so first time 60, it was added. Then 50, it was added in the beginning. Then 40, it was added in the beginning. Then 30, it was added in the beginning. So this is what we are getting here. Okay. Let us come here and improvise our console.log. So I'll write here what rotate an array k times. I'll just take this, and in our template literal syntax, we will come here and I will write here rotated an array, and this k I will mention the rotation. Okay. So let us come here and I'll write here rotation, and I will write here colon. Let us see what do we get in the terminal, and then accordingly we can modify. So node 38 I will write, and we see here what rotate an array 4 times, and this is our output. But this is already rotated, right? So let us come here and we will write here rotated, right? So let us clear the terminal and rerun it here. So we get here what rotated an array 4 times. So this is what is the desired output. Now we will comment out the other console.log statement. So we will comment out line number 20. We will comment out line number 25. And we will just save it and rerun it in our terminal. Now what I get here, array has been rotated 2 times, and here array has been rotated 4 times. So this is what is the desired output which we are getting it over here. Okay. So let us have a recap of this question. So we have to write a JavaScript function to rotate an array by k times, right? And we had our input and output as a sample as well, right? Now we defined here function as a rotate array, as we wanted to rotate an array by k times, correct? Then we came here and we wrote our approach, that what was the approach, that we have to remove the last element and insert the last element in the beginning. So by using pop and unshift, we did that. And then also we discussed about our for loop, right? How in this for loop will be included. So for loop is included on the basis of the rotation, that is start and the end point. So end point is always the number of rotations which are being provided to us, and start will be always 1, because we know if it is 2 we have to rotate it 2 times, if it is 4 we will have to rotate it by 4 times. So this was our rotations where we had to use our for loop. Then we came down and we defined our function as a rotate array. And then what we did, we passed here 2 params, that is array and rotation, and we consoled and we tested in our terminal, right? After that we used our loop, and inside this we have done this operation 2 times because of the rotation, right? So then we did here what? We have used a pop method. Pop method doesn't take anything inside it because it is just going to give you the last element, right? So it removes the last element from the array. That is its job. It is not going to accept anything inside the parenthesis, okay? After that, what we did, whatever the last element was there, we just passed it to the unshift method, because unshift method need to know, right, which element I need to add it in the beginning. So that is where we passed our last element to the unshift method, and that is where at the end of this, we have just consoled our number of rotations, right? What we are getting as a desired output, and we tested in our terminal as well, right? After that, what we have done in line number 31 and 32, we have just invoked this 2 times and we saw the output in the terminal. So then in line number 28, we just improvised our console.log statement and we printed our rotated array, right? After that, in line number 31 and 32, what we have done, we invoked this function 2 times to test what the output we are getting. And we saw that in the terminal, we were getting our desired output only, right? So this is what was the challenge today, guys. So using pop and unshift method demonstrates how simple array methods can be efficiently used. Try this out with your own arrays and the values of rotations to get hands-on experience, guys. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about removing duplicate characters from a string. So here we will be using a set constructor function to efficiently handle this task. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. In the VS Code, we have here our question mentioned that write a JavaScript function that removes a duplicate characters from a string. And here we have our sample input and output as well, right? So let us come here, and first thing we are going to break down our question, right? So we will take the important chunks of this question. So what is the first important part here? That we have to write a JavaScript function, right? So I will take out here and I'll put it over here. After that, what is the next important thing? That we have to remove the duplicate characters from the string, right? So that also I will put it over here. Now, since this question is demanding what? Remove duplicate characters from a string. So we will define our function name with respect to this as well. So we'll come here and we will define our function name as what? Remove duplicates from with a parenthesis, okay? So I'll make this D as well capital, okay? So this will be our function name, remove duplicates, okay? So let us come here and understand the approach. So I'll just write down here what? Approach, okay? Now let us read this line once again, that we have to remove the duplicate characters from a string, right? So here we will be using a set constructor function, okay? Now, since we are using a set constructor function for removing the duplication, so we have to use it along with a new keyword. So I will write it here what? New set, and it will be with a parenthesis, and inside this we are going to pass our string. So right now a string is what? Programming. So I will just pass here. Now what does new keyword is going to do? This new keyword will create an instance of that set object. So I'll just write it here what it will do. It will create an instance of the set object. So I have written here that as well. Now what is the next thing? What will be the output we are going to get? We will not get the direct output what is being required. Here we will get the output as in set object itself, like this. And what this is going to hold? This is going to hold our actual, or I would say the unique characters or the elements from that particular string. So this is what we are going to get it. Now, since it is at the end of the day, the output would be what? Set object. So we will be using here what? Our spread operator on there. So I'll just write here what? Spread operator. Okay. And what is the syntax of the spread operator? 3 dots. We have seen about the spread operator in many of our videos as well. So please watch out those videos as well if you want to learn more about the spread operator. Okay. So now how here we are going to use it. So what does here spread operator will going to do? It will convert our set object into an array. For that reason, we are going to use it here. So what we will do, we will write here what? A square bracket, 3 dots, and we will write here output. So whatever the output will be there, that we are going to put it inside an array. Why? Because why square bracket and a spread operator? Because what it will do, it will convert our set object into an array. Now, since we get it inside an array, we can easily use our join method. So on this, I will be using our join method as well, that too without a space. So what it will do, it will convert this particular array into a string, correct? So it will bring back all the elements together and it will convert it into a string. So this is what will be the approach we are going to use it. We will be using our set constructor function, and along with it, we will be using with a new keyword. Why new keyword? Because it is going to create an instance of the set object. Then the output we will be getting as what? A set object output, right? Which will hold our actual, or I would say the unique characters or the elements. Now, since we want the output in a string format, then what we have to do, we will be using a spread operator and we will convert it into an array. So using a spread operator syntax, we will be converting into an array, and later on we will be using a join method to bring back into a string. So that is what is the approach. And now let's proceed with our function. Let's dive into step by step. So we will define our function, and the function name will be what? Remove duplicates with a parenthesis, flower braces, and let us invoke it here, remove duplicates. And here I will be passing our input string. What is our string? That is our programming. So let us come here and write it here. So we are passing here like a argument, right? Now it will come here and it is going to receive it as a params. So let us write here today as an input string itself. So I'll write here what? Input and a string. So this will be our param. So let us come here and we will console it here, console.log and input string. And we see here what do we get in the terminal. So node day 39 challenge, right? And we get here programming. So we are successfully able to get this, right? Now, after this, we have to use our set constructor function to see how it removes the duplicate and store the unique characters. Let us come here and let us declare a variable called as a const unique characters. Okay, and here we are going to write our set constructor function now. So new set, and in this we will pass our input string, right? And now at line number 21, let us just console.log unique characters, and we will see what we get in our terminal. So I'll write here what? Node day 39 challenge, and we get here what? Programming we are getting. So I'll just take this output and I will put it over here. Let us understand this. Now if we see, this is programming, correct? But it is not real spelling of the programming. What it has been done, we had 2 times R, we had 2 times G, and we had 2 times M. So what it has done, your R has been taken only one, your M also has been only taken once, and your G also has been taken only once. So wherever there was a repetition, it has removed the second and it has just taken our single, or you would say the unique characters from that string. If it would have been repeated thrice, 4 times, 5 times, then also what it would have been done, it would have just taken one time and the remaining it would have been excluded. That is how it stores the unique characters from a string. This is what is the job of a set constructor function. Now we have got here our set object, right? Now we want to convert it into an array. So what we will be using? Our spread operator syntax, right? So let us come here and declare it const result string I will write here as a variable. So it will be a result string is equal to square bracket 3 dots and our set object, right? The output where it is stored inside our unique characters. So I will just write it here unique characters, and we will come here and our console our result string. So console.log result string. And let us test it in our terminal. What happens now? If we see here from this particular set object, we are getting what in an array. So our spread operator has successfully converted into an array, right? Now what we will do here itself, we will directly use our join method also, right? Now here we need the output in a string. So I will use here what? Join method without a space. So just I'll pass here double quotes. And now let us come here and rerun it one more time. So we get here what? Similar output, right? PROGAMIN, and this is what we are getting. So first our set object has helped us to get the unique characters. Then spread operator helped us to convert it into an array. Then our join method brought the elements of the array together in a string form. So this is what was expected from us, right? So if we see in the string, we have been removed the duplication and we are only getting our unique character. So this is what it was expected from us, right? So let us come here and we can invoke it with one more string. So let us write here remove duplicates and we will pass here what? JavaScript. Here also what is repeated now? Our A is repeated, right? JavaScript, here A is repeated. So that let us see whether it gets wiped out or not. So we will come here and we will write here node day 39 challenge and we get here what? Only one A is there. Can you see? So that means it has been removed the duplication and we are just getting the unique characters. So if we see our terminal is filled up, so let us come here and we will comment out the rest of the things. So we will comment out line number 19, line number 22, right? And now let us test it. Node day 39 challenge. We get here the exact output, right? Let us come here and improvise our console.log statement. So I'll put here comma and I'll use our template literal syntax and I will just write here what? Unique character. So I'll just take it from here as well and I'll put it over here and I'll write here colon and I'll pass here a space as well. Now let us come here and retest it in our terminal. So what do we get? Unique characters is this and unique characters is this. So this is what was expected from us, right? Let's have a quick recap of this particular question now. Now what it was been asked to write a JavaScript function that removes a duplicate characters from a string, right? And this was our sample input and output. So we took our function name as what? Remove duplicates with a parenthesis. And the approach we used here, what? We used a set constructor function, which is going to give us the unique characters, right? And we have to use it with a new keyword because it is a constructor function. It is going to create an instance of a set object. So we get here output as what? A set object which was holding what? The actual or the unique character. So this was our output, right? Which we got it. Now, since it was in a set object, we would have to convert it into an array. So we took the help of our spread operator, 3 dots, right? And you see what, how we have written square bracket, right? Inside that 3 dots and whatever the output was there, we have to write it here. Then since it was an array and we want it into a string, we used our join method as well, right? So it brought our all the elements together and it converted into a string. So same thing we have written inside our function as well. So we wrote here function remove duplicates. We passed here our input string as a parameter. Correct. And here we used our set constructor function along with a new keyword and we were passing our input string, right? So we saw that we got our unique characters and this was the output, right? After that, it was a set object, right? So then what we did, we used our spread operator and we used our join method as well. So since it was the output was a set object, so we used our spread operator along with the join method and we got here what? The unique characters, right? So in line number 25, we have just consoled out our result string, which is holding the unique characters in a string, right? And in line number 20 and line number 31, we have just invoked this particular function where we passed two different input string. One was programming, another was JavaScript, right? And we got our desired output in the terminal, right? So I'll just write here what? Node day 39 challenge, and we get this was our desired output, right? So if we see here, the set constructor function automatically filters out the duplicates, making this approach concise and efficient. So try this function with your own string and see how it works. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is
all about checking if two arrays are equal even if the order is different. So we will proceed with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question that we have to write a JavaScript function to check if two arrays have the same elements regardless of their order. And also we have our sample input and output. What is the input? We have been given with two arrays at line number 4, and this is our output. If we go on the line number 5, we have been given two arrays and this is our output. Okay. So this is our sample input and output, and this is our question. So first of all, we will break down this particular question. So we will come here, and what is the first important part of this? That we have to write a JavaScript function. So I will write it over here, the JavaScript function. Okay. After that, what is the important part? That we have to check if two arrays are same regardless of their order, right? So I will come here, and that also I will put it over here. Now this question is related to what? Checking two arrays are equal or not, right? So we will come here and we will define here our function name as what? Are arrays equal? So this will be our function name along with the parenthesis we will write. So this will be our function name. Okay. Now we will go to the line number 8. That it is written we have to check two arrays have a same element regardless of the order. So here we have to understand the approach, what we are going to do it. I will just come here and I will write down the approach. Okay. Now we will go to our line number 4 and 5 and we will observe our sample input and output. Now we will focus on our input first. What do we have here? It has been given with two arrays, right? And let us calculate the length of it. What is the length? Here it is 4. What is the length? It is 4. So that means length is same. Here also come to line number 5 and check the length. It is 3 and here also it is 3. That means array's length is same, right? Now why I'm emphasizing on the length? Because see, suppose here you have a 10 elements inside this and here you have 5 elements. More or less, it has more, right? Now length is differing. So then arrays cannot be equal, right? To get this, two arrays have a same elements regardless of their order, we have to do a multiple checks. But first check, we will do it using our dot length property. So I will just write here dot length. Okay. So this will be our first check. And now how we are going to check it out? We will be using our not is equal to operator. Okay. Now, since we are going to compare it, right, that our first array length is not is equal to second array length, then you give me that arrays are not equal length mismatch, something like this. So since it is a condition, right? So we will be putting inside what? If condition. So left hand side, we will have what? ARR1 dot length, and right hand side, we will have what? ARR2 dot length. I am assuming this as a array 1 and this as a array 2. Okay. So we will come here and we will write here what? ARR1 dot length is not is equal to ARR2 dot length. Okay. This will be the case. Now, if this turns out to be true, it is going to give me a length mismatch. If this turns out to be false, then we have to do again a multiple checks, right? So what we will do, first thing, we are going to use our sort method. Okay. It will sort it up, right? So I will use our sort method and we will get our new arrays, right? So using our sort method, it will sort it in which order? It will sort it in a ascending order first, and it will give me the arrays, right? So we will what do? We will store it into a variable now. So we will come here and we can write here what? Sorted ARR1, and we can have here sorted ARR2, right? So we will store it into this two variable and then we will compare it up, right? So then what will happen? At least we will have in a same order. So it will arrange it in a proper order and then we can check our each element. So first we will have to sort it up, right? Then after that, what we will do here again, now since we want to check our each element, right? So we will have to iterate on each element, correct? I will just write here the for loop. Now, how we are going to write it? For let I is equal to 0 because it is an array. Now here we can write here less than array dot length, means you can use both the arrays or you can use the sorted arrays. Any one length will be always the same, right? So you can use any one of them. Right, I'm just using sorted array dot length. You can use ARR1, ARR2, sorted ARR1, sorted ARR2. Any one of them is going to be fine because it is going to run till that point. So I will write here what dot length, right? And after that, I am going to increment this up, right? Now here we will have a flower braces. Inside this flower braces, we have to write a logic, right? Now what logic we are going to write it now? Now since we want to check the each element, right? So again we have to use here not operator only. Now here the only thing will be we have to again use our if condition, and what we will write here not is equal to, as I said. And this side will be what? Sorted arrays. So we will have here our sorted array of I. Remember this, it will be always of I. And it will be not is equal to of what? Sorted ARR2 of I. So how it is going to compare? So it will compare. If it is not is equal to, then you come here and you say elements differ, because length already we checked. So this is not for the length. This is for the element checking. So first it will take 10 and 20. If it is going to match, it is going to give you true. Now, if you don't use the sort method, it will directly check 10 and 20. So once you sort it up, what output you are going to get? You will get something like this: 10, 20, and 34 it will remain. And here you will get what? 10, 20, and 33. So this will be your sorted both the arrays, right? Now, when you're checking this condition and when you're iterating it up, what will happen? Here it will run through the particular length, right? After that, it will enter and it will come here to our if condition. Now, how it is going to check? First, it will take 10 and 10, right? Correct. So here you will get true. So it will go to the next, right? What is the next? 20 and 20. Again, it is going to be true, right? After that, what it will do in the third iteration, it will check 34 and 33, which turns out to be false, right? This is false, correct? So that is where you will get arrays are not equal as elements differ. So this is what you are going to get. In the first case, if it is sorting, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So it will check first time 1 and 1, second 2 and 2, third 3 and 3, fourth time 4 and 4. So it is obviously the same. So we are going to get here what? Arrays are equal, right? So if it turns out to be true, it is going to give us arrays are equal. And if it is different, then it is going to give me what? Arrays are not equal as the elements differ, right? So this is what we are going to do it. So this will be our final approach. So let us come down and let us write our function. So we have decided that
we will come here and we will write here our function. So function, and what will be the function name? Our arrays equal, right? And we will quickly invoke this as well. So at line number 20, let us invoke it, our arrays equal, okay? Now in this, we are going to pass our two arrays, right? So that is what I will take here and I will put it over here. And I will remove this and I will put what? Comma, okay? Now let us come here and let us receive it. So I will write here what? ARR1, comma ARR2, okay? And let us console it out. So console.log ARR1, comma ARR2, and let us test it in the terminal. So I'll write here what? Node day 42 challenge, and I get here what? Our both the arrays. That means this function is successfully running, okay? Now, what is the next thing we have to do? We have to write our approach, right? So first thing, we are going to check it with the help of the length, right? So what I will do here is we are going to write here our if condition, and I will write here what? Our ARR1 dot length is not is equal to ARR2 dot length, right? If this condition turns out to be true, then you give me a console.log statement that length mismatch. So I will just take this and I will put it in our console.log. So I will write here what? Console.log. Inside the double quotes, I will write it like this, length mismatch. And also what we will do what? Early return as well. This is called as a early return. I will write it here as well. Now this means what? That if this turns out to be true and you are giving me length mismatch, so you don't execute the rest piece of code. Here itself it will terminate and we will get our output, okay? Now I can show you this as well. Okay, so if I get here, now let us rerun it here. What do we get? Let us see. So I'll write here what node day 42 challenge, and we are getting the same thing, right? The previous output. We didn't got this line. Now let us change here as 5, okay, just to test this. And we will test it out. Now you see we got here length mismatch. That means this is successfully running, right? I will remove it now, okay? Because we have to test the other condition as well. Now if we see, I will just clear the terminal, and what is the exact output on the basis of this input, that we are not going to get anything. Only we will get here our arrays, right? No length mismatch, okay? After this, what we will do now, then we have to sort our arrays. So we will come here and we will declare our two variables. What was the two variables? Sorted ARR1 and sorted ARR2, right? So we will write here what? Const sorted ARR1 is equal to, and we will write here what? Const sorted ARR2 is equal to, okay? And in this, we are going to store our sorted array. So I will write here what? ARR1 dot sort method. And here itself, we will come and we will write here what? ARR2 dot sort method, right? And we will test it in the terminal as well. So for that, we will write here what? Console dot log. And we will write here sorted ARR1 and then sorted ARR2, okay? Let us test it in the terminal. What do we get? We get here what? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, it has been sorted, right? For the first array, it was already sorted in an ascending order. We can see the difference in our second array, right? So it has been sorted. Now, what is the next thing we have to do? We have to compare our each element of the sorted array. And if any elements differ, we are going to give it as what? Arrays are not equal, correct? So let us come here, and next thing we are going to write our for loop, okay? So we will write here what? For, and we will write here let. It will start from 0, right? It is array, and it can end at where? Any of them array. You can see here 4, right? This is array 1, this is array 2. This is sorted array 1, this is sorted array 2. Why I'm saying is length is the same, right? So we don't have to worry about it. So we can take any of them. So I will take it with respect to this only. So I'll take our sorted ARR1, okay? So we will run till sorted ARR1 dot length, right? And we will write here what? I plus plus, okay? Now inside this, what we have to do? Again, we have to test the condition, right? Before that, let us just console it out. Let us see on each iteration, what will be the I value, what will be the sorted arrays value, okay? So for that, we will just write here what? Console.log of I. And in this, we are going to write here what? Sorted array of I. And after that, we will write here what? Sorted array 2 of I. Now let us come here and test it in the terminal. So I'll write here what? Node day 42 challenge, right? And if we see what, when I is equal to 0, what is the first array and what is the second array value? Here also we can see properly. Now we see here from top to bottom, it is the same. That means arrays are going to be equal, right? That means here we have to test it, right? We have to check for each of them. So what we have to do, we will take this particular, right? This particular condition, correct? So we will write here if our sorted ARR1 of I is not is equal to, correct? Sorted array 2 of I, right? And we will write here what? Console.log statement that if your arrays are not equal, give me elements are differing, right? So we will take this line and we will put it over here. So I'll write here what? Console.log statement. And inside the double quotes, we'll write it like this. Let us test it out in the terminal, and we get here what? 111, 122, 133, 1334. Now what we are getting? Are we getting this particular line? No. So what do we are getting in the terminal? We are not getting this particular line, right? Correct? Now, why we are not getting this particular line? Because it is turning out to be what? False. So here also we need to do a early return, correct? So we will write here a return, and after this, everything happens out to be false. Here directly one statement we are going to write, that is console.log our arrays are equal. This is what we are going to write it. And if you see now in the terminal, you will get your arrays are equal. See, last line you are going to get it. So I'll just clear the terminal and we will rerun it one more time, and we get here arrays are equal. Okay. Now let us invoke it one more time. Okay. So we will invoke it one more time. At line number 37, we will write here what? Our array is equal, and we will come at the top and we will take our second array as well. So let us copy this and we will put it over here, and we will remove this and we will put comma now. Now let us see what do we get. Okay. So we will come here and we will rerun it. Now what do we get? Arrays are not equal as the elements differ. So we are going to get this, right? Now let us come here and we will invoke it one more time, and where we will pass here as what? 67 and 90. Let us see what do we get now. So let us clear the terminal and we will rerun it here. We get here length mismatch. It is not going to execute anything, right? It will directly give me length mismatch as well. So this is what we are going to get it. So what we will do, let us come here and we will just comment our other consoles. So we will remove this line number 26 as well. We will remove this line number 28 as well. Now let us rerun it, clear the terminal, and we will rerun this particular challenge. And what do we get? First time we are getting arrays are equal. Second time we are getting arrays are not equal as the elements differ. And third time we are getting our length mismatch, right? That means what? That means we have done what was expected from us, right? So let us have a quick recap of this particular question. So what it has been written, we have to write a JavaScript function to check if the two arrays have the same elements regardless of their order, right? And we have been provided with a sample input and output as well, correct? So what we did here at line number 7, we defined our function name as what? Our arrays equal. And to achieve the line number 8, we have done here multiple checks, right? We wrote our approach, right? What the first thing we did? We checked that both the arrays have a same length or not, right? If it is having a same length, then it is okay, it is good to go. If it is not, then we have written here length mismatch, right? After that, what we do? We did a sorting method, right? So we have sorted both the arrays to align their elements in order, right? In which order? It will give me an ascending order, right? After that, what we did here, after getting our sorted array, we wanted to check our each element, right? For that, we took our for loop, right? And then inside our for loop, what is the logic we have written? We have to compare our each element of the sorted array. That is where we have written our if ARR1 of I is not is equal to sorted ARR2 of I. And if they are differing, then arrays are not equal. And we did a early return as well, right? And then after that, we just wrote here what? Arrays are equal if none of the conditions are turning out to be true, right? So that is what we have written here as well. We wrote here our function, our arrays equal. We are accepting here as a parents, and we tested out with our length, right? So if it is true, then you give me length mismatch and you do a early return as well. That means here itself you close this function. Okay, after that, if this turns out to be false, then you come here and you declare a two variable and sort them out. So what we did, we wrote a for loop, and we inside that we wrote our condition as well to check for arrays are not equal, right? We wanted to compare our each element of the sorted array. That is why we wrote our if condition as well inside it, and we wrote our console.log statement, and we did a early return as well. If that is true, then you do a early return and you don't print this line. If not, then you come here and you print directly arrays are equal, right? If none of the conditions is true, then it will come here directly and it is going to give us this particular line. At line number 36, 37, we invoked it, right, with different arrays, correct? In line number 36, it was same. In line number 37, it was not equal and the elements were differing, right? And in the last one, the length were only not matching, right? So let us come here in the terminal and rerun it and test it out. And we will write here what? Node day 42 challenge, and we get this, right? So we are able to execute it properly what was expected from here, right? So we have been done it correctly and we are getting the correct output as well. Now, why this challenge, guys? Because arrays comparison is a frequent operation in coding interviews and real world projects, such as validating data or implementing sorting algorithms, right? So sorting makes this proficient and straightforward. Okay, let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is removing all the occurrences of a specific element from an array. So we will proceed with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. In the VS Code, we have here question along with our sample input and output, right? So let us read out the question. So what is the question? Write a function to remove all the occurrences of a given value from an array. And we have here input, that is our array, and a target. And we have here output as well, right? So first of all, what we will do, we will break down this question. So what we have to write? We have to write a JavaScript function. So I will take here and I will put it over here. After that, what we have to do? We have to remove all the occurrences of a given value from an array, right? So that also we will put it over here. After that, let us understand our input and output. So in the input, if we see, this is our array, right? And this is our target, correct? Now, what is the output? 134. So from this, what we can understand, that whatever the target value is being given to us, from this array, we have to remove it. That is where it is given to. So you can see here in this, how many 2 we have? We have 3 times 2, right? So that target number has been removed from the original array, and we get a new array as a 1, 3, and 4. So this is what we have to do. So let us come down, and first of all, we will define our function. So our function name, we will keep it as remove occurrences, okay? So I'll take this and I will just write here what? Remove occurrences, okay? And we will write here with a parenthesis. Okay, now let us understand the approach for the line number 8. That is, we have to remove all the occurrences of a given value from an array, right? So how can we do it? I will write here the approach as well. Okay, now in this question, we are going to use a filter method. Okay, now this filter method is what? It's an array method. So let me write that as well here. Now, how does it work? In the filter method, we are going to pass a condition. Okay, so I will write here what? Condition. Now, based on the condition, it is going to consider only your true values. Wherever it will find the true values, it is going to consider, and based on that, it is going to return a new array. So it will return a new array. So that is what is a filter method. Now, if I have to tell you with respect to this particular question, what it will do, it will return a new array excluding all the occurrences of the target value. Okay, now if you see, it is an array method. So here also in the input we are getting, so in the input we have an array, right? So we can easily use our filter method, and we can see that it is checking and it is only giving 1, 3, and 4, right? That means 2 is repeated again and again. So that we have to remove, right? So how we will do it? So now we will come here, and in this filter method, now we will see how we will write it to get that particular output. Okay, so I will come here and I will write here what? ARR. I am assuming this input array is ARR. Okay, so ARR dot filter I will write, and I will pass here our parenthesis. Now this filter method take function as a parameter. So I will pass here that as well. Okay, now this function which I am writing, this is going to take a parameter again. So what I will pass here, I will write here element itself. Why do I write element? Because if you see this particular array, what it has an element, right? So I refer directly the element itself, because it is going to work on each and every element. You can give any other name as well, but I give as a element itself. Now what we will do, we will come here and we will check, right? So our each element, we will have to check that it should not be is equal to the target, right? Then only we are going to work. So we are going to use here not is equal to operator, and right side I will be writing what? Target. Okay, and left side we have to write here our element. Okay, so I will write here what? Element. So this element, if it's not is equal to the target, then only you should return me, right? So we will come here and we will get the true values when it is not is equal to, right? So if it checks, it will give me at this 2 and 2, right? It will give me false value. So that will be ignored. It only gives me the true values. False values are ignored by the filter method. Okay, so we will get a output here directly like what? 1, 3, and 4. So it will return a new array. And always remember, whenever we are using a filter method, it is not going to change your original array also. If you want to see, we will be seeing when we are writing our function. Okay, so let's dive into the code and let's write our function. So I will write here what? Function, and we will write here the function name as what? Remove occurrences. Okay, let us now quickly invoke this function. Okay, so remove occurrences, and I will pass our array and this target also. So let us take this array from here and I'll put it over here, and then we have here what? 2 as a target, so that I will pass it here. And I will write here what? ARR, comma, target itself I will write, okay? Now let us come here and console it out. So I will write here what? ARR and I will write here target, okay? So let us come in the terminal and we will write what? Node day 43 challenge, right? So node 43 challenge and we will hit enter. So what do we get? We got our array and our target also, right? Now to this array, what we are going to use? We have to use our filter method. So let us come here and use that as well. So I will write here what? ARR dot filter, okay? After that, this is going to take a arrow function. So I will write here a function, okay? And this is going to take what? Element again as a parameter, right? Now this element should not be is equal to our target, right? That is the condition we are going to write. And on the basis of the condition, now I said, right, it is going to take the condition. Where is the condition? We are going to write here. And in this condition, if it returns out to be true, it will give you a new array with that true values. That is what we have to see here, okay? So now what I will write? Element should not be is equal to our target, okay? And then what we will do? Let us come here and we will store this into a variable. So let us write here const result, okay, is equal to, and we will come here and once again test this out. So console.log and I will write here what? Result, okay? So let us come here and we will run this. So node day 43 challenge. Now what do we get? We got very easily 134, right? So this has filtered out, right? Now, I told you, right, whenever we are using a filter method, it is not going to change or mutate your original array. So here I will show you that as well. So I'll write here what? Console.log ARR. Now let us test it out here. So we got here our original array. So it is not going to change or mutate the original array. Okay. So this is what. So we have used our filter method to exclude the target values, right? This was our target and it has been removed, right? Let us come here and we will now improvise our console.log statement. So I will use our template literal syntax and we will take this particular line from here and I will put it over here. And instead of remove, I will write removed all the occurrences, right? Of a given value, what was the given value? I will write here dollar flower braces and I will write here target, okay? From an array, what was our array? So that also I will write here what? Dollar flower braces and it is ARR. Now let us clear the terminal and let us see how do we get it in the terminal. So node day 43 challenge and you see here what removed all the occurrences of a given value to from an array, right? And here let us put hyphen and we will put colon as well. So I will write here hyphen, okay? Here as well I will write here hyphen, okay? And then I will write here colon after this, okay? Now let us rerun it one more time to see. So let us come here and node day 43 challenge we will write. So node day 43 challenge and we will hit enter. Now we get here value 2 from an array and we have written here colon as well, right? So we are getting our proper answer. Now what we will do, we will comment out other console.log statement like this and this one as well, okay? So let us come here and rerun it, node day 43 challenge. And we will see only our particular output we are getting. So we have removed all the occurrences from a given value to an array of this and our output is what? 1, 3 and 4. We can test it with another input as well. So let us come here and we will invoke it remove occurrences and I will pass here what? An array of 10, 20, 30, okay? And I will repeat here 20, okay? 2, 3 times. And I will write here our target will be what? To remove 20 itself. So we should get 10 and 30 now, okay? So I will clear the terminal and we will rerun it. So I'll write here node day 43 challenge and we should get 10 and 30, right? So if we see here, we are getting 10 and 30, right? So in both the cases, it is removing our all the occurrences of a target value, okay? So let's have a quick recap of this question, okay? So we have to write a function to remove all the occurrences of a given value from an array, right? And here we had our sample input and output. In the input, we had given an array along with our target value, right? And our output was 1, 3, and 4, where we wanted to remove the target value from this particular array, right? At line number 7, what we did, we declared a function, correct? Remove occurrences with a parenthesis we have written, and that we have used as well in line number 14. Now in the line number 8, what was written? To remove all the occurrences of a given value from an array, what approach we used? We used a filter method. Now what is a filter method? It's an array method. So based on the condition, it is going to give us the true values in a new array, right? Now this filter method take function as a parameter, right? And in this function, we are going to pass here what? Element again as a parameter, and we will write our condition. What is the condition? That element should not be is equal to our target. If it is coming out to be true, you give me that values. So when we test it out, it is going to give us the true values where at a place of 1, 3, and 4. Because rest all place, it is going to be equal, right? So that values I don't want. That is where we have used our filter method. It will leave your false values and only it will take your true values, right? So that is why we have used the filter method. Now at line number 14, we have written our function remove occurrences, and here we are taking here two params, right? ARR and target, right? And here we just tested our in a console.log statement what we are getting. And the same thing we have done here as well. So what we did, we declared a variable called as a result, and in this we are storing our whatever the filter is returning, right? So ARR dot filter, and this element should not be is equal to our target. That is what we have taken here. After that, we just console the result and we improvised our console.log statement as well. So what we have done, removed all the occurrences of a given value, and we have written our target, right, from an array. And this was our array. If we see in the terminal, we were getting the proper result along with this proper statement, right? Now at line number 21 and 22, what we did, we invoked it with the different input arrays and our target values. And now we will once again test here. Okay, so I will just clear the terminal and I will write here note day 43 challenge. And if we see here, we are getting the proper result, what has been expected from us. Okay, so what it has been doing now here in the first case, it contains 3 occurrences of 2, right? That is where it is removing all of them and it is giving me what? 1, 3, and 4. In the second case also, it is having 320. So that means 20 is being occurred 3 times, right? So that also it is removing and it is giving me 10 and 30, right? So now why this filter method we have to use? Why this challenge is important? If I have to say, removing specific elements from an array is a common operation in coding interviews and real world projects. It can be applied to a scenarios like filtering user data, cleaning up the list, or pre-processing input for the algorithms. Also, we can use in the search case scenarios. Okay. Also, we can use in the search case scenarios. So this filter method is a powerful tool in JavaScript, making tasks like this efficient and concise. So it's a great way to manipulate the array without mutating or original one. This also we saw here, right? At line number 19, we saw that it is not mutating or changing our original array, right? So that is why I said it's a great way to manipulate the arrays without mutating the original arrays. So I want you all, please try this function with your own arrays to see the magic in action. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about finding common elements between the two arrays. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question, right? Along with the sample input and output. So what is our question? We have to write a JS function to find the common elements between the two given arrays, right? And after that, in the example, we have here what? Our input, that is 2 arrays, right? This is our array 1, this is our array 2, correct? And here we have our output as well, right? So we have here input and output. So let us come here and we will break down this question and we will understand as well, right? So we will write here what? First we have to write a JS function, right? So I will write here, okay? What is the next thing? We have to find the common elements between the two given arrays, right? So let us come here, and that also I'll put it over here. Okay. Now let us come here and define our function name. So I'll come at line number 7, and we will define our function name as what? Find common elements. Okay. So I will write here what? Find common elements with the parenthesis. So this will be our function name. Now let us come to the line number 8. What we have to find? We have to find the common elements between the two given arrays, right? So let us come down and understand the approach for this question. So I will write here what? Approach. Okay. So in this question, we are going to use a filter method, okay? Now, what does this filter method do and how does it work? It works on each and every element of an array, right? And it returns a new array containing the elements that passes a condition specified by a callback function. So this filter method is going to take what? A callback function. So I will write here like this. And here we will pass what element, and where is the condition to be written? Here we are going to write a condition, correct? And in this callback function, we pass a condition, and on the basis of the condition, it returns us true or false, correct? So I'll write here what? True or false, okay? And we know that false values is always ignored, right? So I will write here ignored. And which values is going to be considered? This value is going to be considered. So we get only the true values when we use a filter method, right? So we will get in a form of an array. So that is what I said. It works on each and every element of an array, and it returns a new array containing the element that passes this condition. Only the true values is to be considered, okay? Now we understood that we have to write a condition, correct? Now, what is the condition we are going to write? Now, if you see the question, what it is written here, that we have to find a common elements between the two array, right? So first of all, I will write here what? Condition, and let us see the two arrays. So this is our first array, this is our second array, right? Now we have to check that this particular element exists in this particular array or not. 3 exist in this or not, 4 exist in this or not, 5 exist in this or not, 6 exist in this or not. Whatever it is existing, we have to give the common elements, right? So here what we are going to use, we will be using a includes method. So I will write here what? Includes method, okay? Like this. So we are going to use the include method, and for each element, it is going to check that if it exists in the second array using this includes method or not. And later on, it will return the resulting array containing all the common elements, okay? So these are the two things we are going to use it. Filter method, and in that condition, we are going to write the include method. So let us see how we can implement this. So we will come down and we will define our function. So we will write here what? Function, and our function name will be what? Find common elements, right? With this parenthesis, okay? And we will come down and we will quickly invoke it. So I will write here what? Find common elements, and in this we are going to pass our both the arrays, right? So let us come here and let us take this 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our first array. So let us pass it over here, and we will write here what? Comma, and let us take our second array. You can also do one thing. You can declare like let array 1 is equal to let array 2 is equal to, and you can store it, and that also you can pass it here. I am directly passing it over here, okay? And now let us come here and receive here as what? ARR1 comma ARR2, right? And let us come here and we will console it out. So console.log I will write, and we will write here what? ARR1 comma ARR2, correct? And let us come here and in the terminal, let us test it out. So I will write here what? Node, and today's challenge is what? 53. So I will write here what? Node day 53 challenge, and we will hit enter. So what do we got? We got here 1, 2, 3, 4 and 3, 4, 5, 6. So we are able to get both the arrays, right? So we are getting here both the arrays. That means this function is successfully running, right? Now let us start using our filter method, okay? So we will come here and first of all, we will declare a variable, okay? So I will write here what? Common elements, okay? In this, we are going to store our common elements array, okay? So we will write here what? ARR1 I will write, and we will use our filter method, okay? And in this, we are going to write a callback function. So let us come here and write it. And we will write here what element. Now here what we will write. We will take our second array. So array 2 dot includes I will write. Okay. And in this, we are going to pass what element. Okay. Now what does this mean? So if you see here, this particular array 1 is going to filter it out and it will check that this array 1 element is there inside this array 2 or not. That is what it is going to check. So it is going to check that if it exists in the second array or not. So that is what we said. What it is going to do, it is going to check that this array 1 exists in the second array or not. So this particular element will come here and we are going to test it here. And if it is there, then it will come and we will get our values, right? So let us come here and we will just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log and we will write here what? Common elements, okay? So let us clear the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here what? Node day 53 challenge and we will hit enter. What do we got? We got here 3 and 4. So it has been clearly observed that this 3 and 4 is here also. This 3 and 4 is here as well, right? So it is finding the common elements, right? So by using the filter and include method, you can easily do this, right? So it is checking for each element, right? So array 2 dot includes element whenever you write. So it is going to check this particular element. Array 1 element is checking in array 2. So remember this line, guys. What it is doing, that array 1 element exists in the second array or not. That is what it is checking. So we are using for that includes method and everything is getting sorted here if we use the include method. So that is what we have done here, okay? So now let us come here and improvise our console.log statement as well. So I will write here what? Template literals and we will put comma and I will write here what? Common elements, okay? So as we write here, we get it. Let us come here and rerun it. So I will clear it out. We got here what? Common elements 3, 4. We can put here colon as well. Okay. Now let us come here and we will invoke it one more time with different arguments, right? So let us write here what? Find common elements and let us pass here what? 10, 30, 50 I will write. Okay. This much. And we will come here and we will write here what? 30, 20. Okay. Let us see what do we get. Okay. So rerun it one more time. So node day 53 challenge I will write and we will hit enter. What do we get? We got here 30. That means if here it is 4, right? Here it is 4 elements. Okay. In the second case, there are 3 elements and there are 2 elements. In that scenario also, it is perfectly going to work. So it is not dependent on that we should have a common number of elements also. That means the length should be same. No. Even if the length is different, it is going to give us the exact output. Okay. So we will come here and we will remove this line number 16. So for that, we will just comment it out and I will come here and clear the terminal. And one more time, we will rerun it. So node day 53 challenge and we will hit enter. What do we get? First time I got 3 and 4. Second time I got 30. That means everything is working properly, right? So that is what we are getting here. And that is what it was expected from us. Okay. Let us come here and we will have a quick recap of this particular question. So what it was been asked that we have to write a JS function to find the common elements between the two given arrays, right? And here we had our sample input and output as well, right? So in the input, we have here array 1 and array 2, right? In array 1, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 as an elements. In array 2, we have what? 3, 4, 5, 6 as an element. And in the output, we have what? 3 and 4. So from the input, we can clearly understand that here we have what? 3 and 4 is the common elements, right? So then we came to the line number 7 and 8. We broke down the question and we wrote what? JS function. And we defined our function name as what? Find common elements, right? And then we wrote here what common elements between the given two arrays, right? So for this, we understood the approach. What we used a filter method, right? What does this filter method do? It is going to work on each and every element of an array, and it returns a new array containing the elements that passes a condition specified by a callback function. So that is what we have passed here. We passed here the callback function, and to that we passed a condition, right? So what was the condition? For that condition, we passed here what the include method, right? So in this includes method, what it was doing for each element, it is checking that it is existing in the second array or not, right? And if that condition passes out, we get a true. Otherwise, we will get false. So for the false values, filter method is going to ignore everything, right? And only it is going to consider the true values. So that is what we got here, right? So then we came here and we wrote our condition using this include method, correct? So later on, we came at line number 15 and the same thing we implemented here. Okay, so we defined our function find common elements, and we passed here two parameters, that is nothing but array 1 and array 2, right? And we wrote our logic inside it, correct? At line number 17, we declared a variable called as a common elements, and on that we used a filter method, right? So array1 dot filter method we have done, and we have written inside that a callback function, and we have written a condition using our includes method. So what it is doing for each element, it is checking that our array1 elements is existing in the array2 elements or not, right? So that is what we are checking here. So at line number 18, we printed our resulting array, right? That contains all the common elements, correct? And we have improvised here little bit as well, right? Then we came at line number 21 and 22 and we invoked this function two times. So first time we invoked wherein we had a same length, we saw that we were getting the common elements. Second time when we invoked, we passed a different length, but then too it was giving us the correct output, right? So this is what it is. We have found out successfully the common elements between the two arrays, right? So we have used a filter method on our array 1 that is going to go through each element, right? We used the include method to check that if that element exists in a array 2 or not. And the common elements are returned and logged, right? That is what was the question, and we have done this successfully as well, right? So let us clear the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here what node day 53 challenge and I will hit enter. So we got here our exact output, right? Now I'll tell you guys why this challenge is important. Because finding common elements between the arrays is a fundamental task in data comparison and validation, even in merging data sets. Also, when we implement the features like search filter, recommendations, and etc., we are making, guys, an excellent progress. So let's keep up the momentum and dive into more challenges. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is finding squares of an elements in an array. That too, we are going to solve it in two different ways. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So let us read out the question. What is the question? We have to write a JS function to find the square of each element in a given array. So if we come here in the input, we have our array, right? What is the array? We have here 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are the elements of the array. And in the output, if we see, we have 1, 4, 9, and 16. So if we see what is 1 square, 1. What is 2 square, 4. What is 3 square, 9. What is 4 square, 16. So that is our output. So we have to find the square of each element in this particular array, right? Let us come here and we will break down this particular question. So first of all, what we are going to write? We will write here what JS function, okay? Now, in this question, we have to write a JavaScript function for what? To find the square of each element, right? So that also I will take here and I will put it over here. Now, since this question is demanding what, we have to find the square of each element. So we will come here and we will define our function name as what? Find square, okay? And now after that, we will come to the line number 8 now. What it is written here, we have to find the square of each element in a given array. So for this, we are going to write down our approach. So I will just write here the approach. Okay. Now in this question, we are going to use what? Map method. So I will just write here what? Map method. Now what is a map method and what does it do? Map method is a powerful array method, right? That allows us to transform each element in an array by applying a function to it, correct? Map method takes a function as an argument which is called for each element in an array. So we will write here what? Arrow function, right? So this is the function which is going to take it. And here we will write what? Element, correct? Because it is going to work on each and every element, correct? So here we are going to write element and here I will write the calculation. Now what is this calculation? Here only we will do the calculation that will help us to transform the each element in an array. So as I said in the beginning, this question we are going to solve it in two different ways. So I will write here the first way. Now since we want to find out a square of a particular element, so how can we find the square of a particular number? We have to just multiply each number by itself, right? So suppose if it is 2, then we have to multiply again by 2, right? So that is what we are doing. We are multiplying the each number by itself. So if it is an element, what we have to do? We will have to multiply element times element, correct? So here we are going to multiply each element by itself. So this is the first approach, very simple approach which we are going to follow. Because map method works on each and every element, we are taking here the element and the same element we are going to multiply by itself. So that is where we will get the square of that particular element. Okay. Now we are going to see the another way as well. So how we are going to do it? So first I will write here what? Second way. So in the second way, how we are going to solve it? We are going to use our math.power method. We have seen this right in the previous challenges as well. So the same method we are going to use here as well. Now, what is this math.power method? It is a math methods, correct? So we will be using this built-in math.power function to calculate the square. So what does this math.power method returns? It returns the value of x to the power of y, right? So here what will be the x and what will be the y? X will be what? Our element, okay? And what will be the y? Y will be 2. Okay, so if I have to write here, what we are going to do? We will be writing math.power, okay? And in this, we will write what? Element, comma, 2, okay? Now, this is what we are going to do. So, these are the two ways which we are going to solve it. First, we are going to multiply the element by itself, correct? And second, we will be using math.power method, okay? Now, in both the scenarios, whatever the way you want to use it, you can use it. Here, this map method will remain constant, okay? We will see how we are going to do that, okay? So let us come down and we will see it out how we are going to implement this out. So we will define our function name as what? Function find square, right? So function find square we will write and here parenthesis and we will quickly invoke it as well. So I will write here what? Find square and in this we are going to pass our array, right? So we will take this particular array and we will pass it over here, correct? So this is our what? Argument, right? We are passing as an argument and we will receive here what? As a params, correct? So we will write here what? ARR, correct? Now let us come here and console it out. So console.log ARR. Now let us come to the terminal and we will test here. So we will write here what? Node day 54 challenge, correct? I will hit enter and what do we get? We get 1, 2, 3, 4 in an array form. That means this function is successfully running, right? Now let us come here and we will write our map method, okay? So first of all, we will declare here one variable called as a const and we will write here what? Square and we will write here what? Normal, because we are going to first use our normal method, that is multiplying the element by itself, right? So we will come here and we will write what? ARR.map, right? And this map method takes a function, right? So I will write here what? Arrow function, correct? And in this I will pass our element, correct? Because it is going to work on each and every element. That is why I keep the name as element. You can keep the name as you want. Okay. Then what we will do, element times element, right? So I will write here element times element. Okay. And now let us come down and we will just console it out. So I will write here what, console.log, and we will write here what, square normal, and let us come here and test it. So I will rerun it. So I will write here what, node day 54 challenge, and I will hit enter. What I got, 1, 4, 9 and 16. That means it has successfully transformed the each element in our array. And we are getting what, square of each number. So this was our first way where we have multiplied the element by itself, correct? Now let us go to the another way where we are going to use our math.power method, right? So we are going to create here another variable called as a const square map. Okay, so I will write here what, square math. Okay, and we will write here what, arr dot map, and we will pass here what, same arrow function. Okay, and in this I will write here what, element, and here we are going to use what, math dot power, correct? And in this we will pass our element will be what, x, and y will be what, 2, because we want to get the square of it, right? Now let us come here and we will write here what, console.log square math. Okay, let us come to the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here what, node day 54 challenge, and I will hit enter. What I got the same output, 1, 4, 9 and 16. It is exactly the same, right? So by using this multiplication method or by using this math.power method, we are reaching to the same output. So you can use any one of the way to solve it. It's up to you all. Okay. Now we will come here and improvise our console.log statement as well. So we will write here what, we will use our template literal syntax, and we will write here what, squares using normal multiplication. So I am going to write here what, squares using normal multiplication. Okay. So this is what we are going to write it, and we will write here what, colon. So we are going to get here this particular output along with this particular statements. Okay. Now let us come down and we will improvise this also. So we will again use here template literal syntax, and we will write here what, squares using math.power. So let us come here and put it over here like this, and we will write here what, math.power, and we will write here what, colon. Okay. Now let us retest it. So I will clear the terminal now, and we will write here what, node day 54 challenge, and we will hit enter. So what do we got? Squares using normal multiplication and squares using math.power, right? So both of them we are getting. And now let us come here and comment this out, line number 19. So I will just comment it out, and we will clear this terminal. And if we rerun it, what do we get? We will get just our output, right? So this is what it was expected from us. We can come here and we can invoke it one more time. Let us come here and we will write here what, find squares, and we will write inside an array 10, 20, 30. Okay. Let us come here and rerun it. So node day 54 challenge, and we will hit enter. Now what do we get? Square of 10 is what, 100. Square of 20 is what, 400. Square of 30 is what, 900. So we are successfully getting this as well. So that means whatever number we are going to pass it, it will calculate the square and give us, right? So this is what it was expected from us. Okay. So now let us have a quick recap. Okay. So let us come up and let us read out the question. So what it was been asked, we have to write a JS function to find the square of each element in a given array. And if we see, we had our sample input and output, right? So what was our input? We had 1, 2, 3, 4, right, as an array. And in an output, if we see what we had, 1, 4, 9 and 6, right? That is nothing but the square of each element of our array, right? So we have for 1, it is 1, for 2, it is 4, for 3, it is 9, and for 4, it is 16, right? So this is the output which we wanted out, right? So at line number 7 and 8, what we did, we broke down this question. We wrote here what, JS function, and we defined our function name as what, find square, right? And at line number 8, we wrote we have to find the square of each element. For that, we wrote our approach. So in the approach, what we used, first thing was common, that we have to use a map method. What is a map method? It is a powerful array method that allows us to transform the each element in an array by applying a function to it, right? Here we used a map, and in that we passed a arrow function, right? And in that we passed our element because it works on each and every element, right? So that is where we are passing here, and we have written here the calculation. If we see here carefully what we have done, we have written the calculation itself, right, to transform the element, correct? So that is what I have written here, the calculation part. So now what was the first way? First way was multiplying the each element by itself, right? So that is what we did, element times element. And in the second way, what we used a math method power, right? So math dot power method we have used. Now what is this method? It's a built-in method, right, to calculate the square. This math dot power method returns the value of x to the power of y. So what was our x? X was our element, y was 2, right? And that is where here what we have done, math dot power element comma 2. So here our element is nothing but x and y is nothing but our 2, right? Then we came down and we understood the approach and we wrote the same as it is in our function itself. So here is the implementation we have done, right? So what we have done, we have written our function called as a find square, right? And here we are receiving our array as in params, right? At line number 19, we just consoled our array, right? And then at line number 21 to 25, we have solved this particular question in two ways, correct? So I will just write here what first way, okay? Now what was the first way? By multiplying our each element by itself, correct? So that is where we have used our map method, and in that we are passing a function to it. And here we have written element. Why? Because it is going to work on each and every element. If you want, I have said earlier also, you can change this name to anything. But I write here element because we refer this as a elements, right? So that is why I write here element, and that is what we have done, element times element, and whatever the final output we are getting, we are storing into a square normal, right? And that is what we have consoled here, square normal also. And we have improvised this console.log as well by writing squares using normal multiplication. At line number 25, what we have done, we have used the same map method, right? And we are passing the function to it, correct? Now, in this, what we have done, we have used our math dot power method to calculate the square of each element, right? So that is what we are doing it, and whatever the resultant is there, we are storing inside our square math, correct? And at line number 26, we have consoled it, and we have just improvised the console.log statement as well by writing squares with math.power, correct? At line number 28 and 29, we have invoked this function two times. And what it is happening here in this array.map method iterates over the array, and element helps us to calculate the square of each element by using a normal multiplication, right? In the second way, what we have done here is we are using the array.map method, which is going to iterate over the array and the element. And then we are using the math.power method, which is simple to calculate the square of any number in a mathematical format, right? So that is what we are doing it. And if we come in the terminal and if we clear the terminal and if we rerun it, we will get the exact output. So we will write here what node day 54 challenge, and if we hit enter, we get the same output what was been required, right? So that is what is this question. I will tell you guys why this challenge is important, because squaring number is a simple yet foundational concept in mathematics and programming, and often used in machine learning algorithms, geometry calculations, and physics simulations. Also, we have solved this problem using two approaches. So let's keep up the momentum going on as we explore more ways to think creatively in coding. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is a simple yet powerful problem, that is finding the product of all the numbers in an array. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So let us read out the question. We have to write a JS function to calculate the product of all numbers in an array using JavaScript, right? And here we have our input, right? So in the input, we have array and the output, we have some number, right? Same goes here as well. In line number 7 and 8 also, we have our array and in the output, we have given as a number, correct? Now, what is it? Okay. So if you see here, we have to calculate what? Product of all the numbers, right? So if you multiply 2 times, 3 times 4, what you will get? 24. If you do 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times 5, you will get 120. So that is what it has been asked. We have to calculate the product of all the numbers in an array, or you can say product of all the elements in an array. Okay. So let us come down and we will break this particular question. So what first we have to do? We have to write a JS function, right? After that, what we have to do? We have to calculate the product of all the numbers, right, in an array. So we will take this and we will put it over here. Okay. Now, since we want to calculate the product of all the numbers in an array, we will come here and we will keep the function name as what? Find product. Okay. So I will write here what? Find product and with the parenthesis. So this will be our function name. Okay. After that, we will come to the line number 9. So we have to calculate what? Product of all the elements in an array, right? So for that, let us come down and write down our approach. So I will write here what? Approach. Okay. Now in this particular question, we are going to use what? A reduce method. Okay. So I will just write here what? Reduce. Okay. Now what does this reduce method do? Reduce method will be used to calculate the product of all the numbers in an array. How? Reduce method will iterate through the array, multiplying each element with the accumulator. So we know that in this reduce method, it takes function, right? So here we are going to pass what? Function. So this is going to take it like this, right? It's an array method, that also we know. And what does it returns? It returns our accumulated value. So I will just write here what? Accumulated value. And in this, we are going to pass what? Accumulator, that is nothing but ACC comma CV, that is nothing but the current value. Okay. So this is what it is going to do. And here we are going to write what? Calculation. So here is the place where we will write the calculation to find what? Product of all the numbers in an array. So what this reduce method will do? It will iterate through the array and it will multiply the each element with the accumulator. Okay. So let us take this input and we will understand the calculation, how it is going to work. So I will just write here this array. So now here we know we have ACC and CV. So in the first case, when you are not providing any ACC value, your first element will be the ACC value. So in this case, what will be your ACC now? Your ACC will be 2 and your CV will be what? 3. So this is how it is going to happen. And now what is the calculation we are going to do? We have to do some calculation, right, to find the product. So we will write the calculation as what? ACC into CV. That is nothing but accumulator times our current value. Or you can say accumulator multiplied by the current value. Okay. So you will come here and in the first instance, what it will happen? 2 times 3. Okay. That is nothing but your 6. Okay. Now your accumulator value will get updated here. Now after this, what will be our accumulator value? It will be 6. And what will be your current value? It will move to what? 4. Okay. So then in the next case, what it is going to happen? 6 times 4. Okay. So this is what we are going to get. And here we will get 24. That is what we have, right? 24. So we have only 3 elements. So first time your ACC will become 2 and your current value will become 3. That is what we have written. And when you do the calculation, ACC times CV, you will get what? 6, right? So now your ACC will have 6 and your current value will become 4. Then you will come down and you will again multiply ACC times your CV. That is nothing but 6 times 4. That is nothing but 24. That is where you will get your final product as what? 24. So this is what it is going to happen in this case. Now in case of this particular input, what it will happen? Now let us see that also. So I will write here our second array. Okay. Now what will happen here? What will be the ACC value? It is going to take our 1. Then what will be the current value? It is nothing but our 2. And what is the calculation we have to do? ACC times CV, correct? So this is what we have to do here. So in this case, what will happen? It will be 1 times 2. That is nothing but what? 2, right? So after that, what it will become? ACC value will become what? 2. And what will be your CV value? CV value will become 3, okay? So then you come down and what it is going to happen? 2 times 3, right? So I'll write here what? 2 times 3. So that is nothing but what? 6, correct? So now your ACC value will get updated. So what will be the ACC value now? It will become 6, okay? And what will be the CV value? It will become 4. So what is 6 times 4? It is nothing but 24. So we will write here that as well. So we will get here what? 6 times 4 and that will be what? 24, okay? Then what will happen to your ACC value? ACC value will get updated to 24. And what will be your CV value now? CV value will become 5. Now what is 24 times 5? It is nothing but 120. So let us come here and do that also. So we will get here final product as 120. So that will be our final output for this particular input, that is 120. So this is what is the approach we are going to do it. So in this challenge, we will be using specifically only the reduce method, no any other method. You can easily do that. What does reduce method do? It reduces to a single value, right? So you can do addition, subtraction, multiplication, all those things you can do it. It will reduce to a single value. It's an array method and it returns your accumulated value. That is what it is returning. So what is your 120? It is nothing but your accumulated value, right? Now suppose if you had one more element in this array, what will be your accumulated value? It will become 120 and your current value is going to change, right? So that is what we are going to do it. So this is what is our final approach which we are going to follow in this question. So now let's come down and we will move towards our implementation. So we will write our function now, okay? So we will have here what? Function, and we will define our function name as what? Find product, okay? With the parenthesis, okay? Let us quickly invoke it here. So I will write here what? Find product. And in this, we are going to pass our array. So what is our array? We will take it from here. That is nothing but 2, 3, 4. So let us come here and pass it over here, okay? And now let us come here and receive it. So I will write here what? ARR, okay? So let us come here and console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log ARR, okay? So let us come here and we will run this particular file. So we have to write what? Node day 55 challenge, right? And we will hit enter. Let us see what do we get. We got our array, that is nothing but 2, 3, 4. That means this function we have written correctly, okay? Now let us come here and we will use our reduce method to calculate the product, okay? So let us come here and do that. So I will come down and what I will write? ARR dot reduce I will write, and in this we are going to pass our callback function, right? And here we will pass what? ACC, comma, our CV, that is nothing but accumulator and our current value. And here I am just going to write what? ACC times our CV, got it? And this entire thing, let us store it into a variable called as a product. So I will write here what? Const product is equal to, and this will get stored inside this. Now let us come here and we will just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of product, okay? Now let us come here and rerun it one more time. So I will write here what? Node day 55 challenge, and I will hit enter. What do I get? I got 24. That means this function is properly running and giving us the proper calculation, right? Let us come here and one more time invoke it with the another input. So what was our another array? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let us take this and we will pass it over here as well. Let us rerun it and retest it. So we will come here in the terminal and we will write what? Node day 55 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do I got? I got 120. That means this is also successfully running, right? So that means we have achieved what we wanted, right? Let us come to the line number 31 and we will improvise this particular line as well. So we will use our template literals and we will put here comma and we will write here what? The product of an array. I will write here like this, the product of an array. And let us use that array as well, okay? So I will write here something like this. ARR, okay, and I'll write here is, and we will write here colon, and let us see what do we get here. So I will write here note day 55 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do I get? The product of an array is what? 120, right? So we are successfully able to get this, correct? Now let us come here and we will comment out our line number 28, and let us save it and let us clear the terminal and we will rerun it. So I will write here what node day 55 challenge and we will hit enter. Now what do I get? The product of an array is 24. The product of an array is what? 120. Okay. Now in your mind, one question will be there, why I have written it like this. Okay. If I don't put a square bracket no inside our template literals, we will not get in an array form. I will come here and I will show you like this. Okay. Let us rerun it one more time. I am not getting in an array form. I am just getting the elements of an array. So that is where whenever you are using a template literals and whenever you want to use an array over here, please use it in a square bracket only. So pass your array inside a square bracket, then only your template literals will work out here. So let us clear the terminal and we will write here what node day 55 challenge and we will hit enter. See now we are getting in an array, right? So that is what we have successfully done this. If you see at both the places, we are able to get our final output that is nothing but 24 and 120, right? So this is what it was expected from us, okay? Let us come here and we will have a quick recap of this particular question. Now in this question, we have to find what the product of all the elements of an array, right? And down we had our input and output as well. So we understood that it is to calculate the product of all the numbers. So that is what we did. If you come here and if you do 2 times 3 times 4, you will get what? 24. That is nothing but the product of all the elements of an array, right? If you test this also, you are going to get 120 only, right? So this is what we understood. So we came here and we defined our function name as what? Find product, right? And we wrote the important part from this particular question, that is we have to calculate the product of all the numbers in an array. Okay, then we understood and we wrote our approach as well. So in this question, what we used a reduce method, right? Reduce is an array method. What does it do? This method iterates over an array, right? And what it is going to return? It is going to return us a accumulated value. It's an array method, right? So that is where we use the reduce method to calculate the product of all the numbers in an array, okay? And then we understood that what we are going to do. So we wrote here what? Reduce, and in that we passed our callback function, right? And in that we have written what? ACC comma CV, and we did here what? Calculation part. What was the calculation we had to do? That is nothing but accumulator times CV, right? So we understood with respect to the two inputs how it is going to perform, right? When our input was 2, 3, 4, it is going to undergo this process and we are going to get the product as 24. When it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it is going to perform the same calculation, right? But since it is iterating through an array, it is going to iterate this many times and we are going to get product as 120, right? So after that, we implemented the same approach inside our function as well, right? So we wrote here what? Function find product, and we are passing here what? Array as in params, right? So we are receiving this particular array here and we wrote our console.log array, right? That is where we understood that this function is running properly. Then we came here and we used our reduce method, and whatever the output was there, we were storing into a variable called as a product. Okay, then at line number 31, we consoled it and we improvised as well, right? And we also understood inside the template literals, if I want to write an array, we cannot just write dollar flower braces array. I will have to put it inside a square bracket as well. So that is where I have written that as well. And line number 33 and 34, we invoked it 2 times to test it that whether what we have done here, we are receiving it or not the same output. So then we tested out in the terminal and we got the same output. So let us clear the terminal one more time and I will write here what? Day 55 challenge and we will hit enter. So we are getting the exact output, right? This reduce method iterates through the array, multiplying each element with the accumulator. I will tell you why this challenge is important, guys. Because calculating the product of numbers is a fundamental operations in programming and has applications in statistical and mathematical computations, also in the algorithms that involve factorials or cumulative product operations, and also in the problem solving scenarios in competitive programming. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about calculating the average of all the numbers in a given array. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output. Okay. So let's read out the question. Now, what is the question? We have to write a JS function to calculate the average of all the numbers in a given array, right? And if we see here, we have been provided with the input and output. What is the input? Is an array, right? 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50 are the elements of the array. And here we have the output as 30. Let us come and read out the next input output. What do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And what is the output? We have here 3. Now we will break down this question and we will understand this question as well. So let us come here and we will write here what? We have to write what? JS function, right? So I will write here a JS function, okay? Now what is the next important part of this question? That we have to calculate the average of all the numbers, right? So let us take this and we will put here as well. Right now, we are just going to understand how to get the average of all the numbers, okay? So what we will do, we will first understand the normal method. So how to get the average of all the numbers? First, we have to add up all the numbers, right? Whatever the numbers we will be provided with us, we have to add it up. And then we are going to divide it by the total list of numbers, right? So in this particular input, what are the numbers we have? We have 10, we have 20, 30, 40 and 50, right? So first let us add up together. So we will write here what? 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus 40 plus 50, okay? The output is what? 150 now. Now we are going to divide this by total list of numbers, right? So how many in the list we have numbers? We have 5, right? So 150 divided by 5 when we do, we get what? 30. Can you see this is the exact output which we needed. Now let us come to the next input also. We will write here what? 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. What is the output we are going to get? 15. Now this again we are going to divide by total list of numbers. It is how much? 5 again, right? So 15 divided by 5 we will write. And what do we get? We get 3. So if you see again we are getting the same output. So this is what we have to write in our approach and then we have to implement in our function as well. So let us see how we are going to do the same. So first what we will do, we will write here the approach, okay? Now in this approach, we know that when we want to add up all the elements of an array, now we know one method, right? We have done in many of the challenges. When we want to sum it up together, all the elements of an array, what we do, we use which method? We are going to use here again our reduce method itself, right? Now what does this reduce method do? It is going to iterate through the array and it is going to add each element to the accumulator. So this method will help us to calculate the sum of all the elements in an array. So what is this reduce method? It is an array method, right? And what does it do? It gives us the accumulated value. Now I'll write here what? Reduce method and we will pass our callback function. Okay, that is nothing but an arrow function. Now in this parenthesis, we are going to pass what? ACC comma CV. That is nothing but the accumulator and the current value. Please watch out the previous videos as well, guys. You will get a descriptive knowledge about this. ACC and CV, reduce and all the stuffs, okay? So I request, please do watch out the previous challenges as well. So ACC is nothing but the accumulator. It is going to accumulate all the values. That is why we write here ACC. And current value is nothing but your elements, okay? So let's see how we are going to do it. So here we have to write here the calculation, okay? Now in this calculation, what we will write? We will just write what? ACC plus CV, okay? This is what we are going to do, okay? Now what happens? First time when we don't have a ACC value, what will happen? We are going to provide ACC is equal to 10, right? And our CV will be what? 20. Then our final output will be what? It will give me 30, right? In this case, in the first iteration. So that means our ACC becomes what? 30, okay? And then what will be your current value then? Again, it is going to be 30, because if you observe this particular input, what is it? 10 and 20, right? The accumulated value becomes 30, right? When you do the calculation, correct? ACC plus CV, so it will be 10 plus 20, so you get 30, right? So that means your ACC is holding now 30. So that is where you get 30 here. That is ACC is equal to 30, and CV becomes your 30 because it will shift, right? In the next iteration from 20, it will become 30. So that is where you get here what? 60, right? After that, what happens? Your ACC value will become what? 60. So I will write here 60. And what will be your CV value now? Your CV value becomes 40, okay? So then what is the final output you are going to get in this iteration? It will be 100. So that is what happens, okay? And in the next iteration, in the last iteration, I would say your ACC will become what now? 100. And what is your current value? It is nothing but the 50, right? So we will write here what? 50, and then in the last iteration you get here as 150. That is how it is going to iterate through the array, and it will add up each element to the accumulator value. So your resultant is nothing but the accumulated value. If you have one more after that, it will go and add up the same, right? So it is going to iterate till it reaches to the last element of an array, right? And at the end of that, it is going to give you the accumulated value itself. So here we have successfully calculated our sum, right? Now we are getting the accumulated value. That means we have calculated the sum of all the elements in an array, right? So we have reached till this point, right? Now we have to divide, right, by the total number of array elements, right? So how can I get the total number of elements? By simply using our dot length property, right? So I will write here what? Dot length, okay? Now what we are going to do? We are going to divide this sum by the total number of elements. How? We will write here what? ARR dot length, and that is going to give us the length of that particular array, and we can easily divide it up, and we can do that. So what we will do? We will come here and we will do the sum divided by our ARR dot length, right? And this is going to give us our average, correct? So this is what we are going to do. So if I have to say what is our sum, that is nothing but our accumulator, which we are getting it from our reduce method. Then we have to divide this accumulator by the total number of elements. So from where we are going to get? By using our length property, right? And then easily we will get our average, right? So that is what we are going to do here. So this is what is the final approach we are going to do. Let us come down and implement our same approach inside our function. So we will write here what? Function calculate average, okay? And let us come down and we will quickly invoke it. So I will write here what? Calculate average, and in this we are going to pass our array. So let us come at the top, line number 5, we will take this and we will put it over here. So at line number 30, let us pass. And at line number 27, let us receive also. So I will write here what? ARR. This is nothing but the params, right? So let us come here and we will console it out. So console.log ARR we will write. And in the terminal, we are going to write what? Node day 56 challenge. Okay. So node day 56 challenge, and we will hit enter. So what do we get? We got our array. That means whatever the function we have written, it is successfully running, right? Now let us come here and get the sum, right? So we will declare one variable called as what? Const sum is equal to, and we are going to use our reduce method. So I will write here what? ARR dot reduce, okay? In this, we are going to pass our callback function, right? So that is nothing but our arrow function. And we will write here what? ACC comma CV, okay? And here what we are going to do? ACC plus CV, right? Now let us come down and let us console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log sum, and let us test this out again in the terminal. So I will just clear the terminal now, and we will write here what? Node day 56 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do we get? We got here what? 150. So successfully we are getting the sum of all the numbers of an array, right? Now let us come here and we will find out our average, okay? So once again, we will declare a variable called as an average, okay? So AVJ, we will declare it, and we will write here what? Sum divided by ARR dot length we will write directly. Okay. Now let us come here and console our average also. So console dot log and I will do here what? Average. So let us rerun it. So no day 56 challenge and we will hit enter. What I got? I got 30, right? So that means if you come up, you are able to get our first output, right? And it is nothing but the exact output, right? Now let us invoke it one more time with the another input, right? So I will write here what? Calculate average, and let us go up and take our second array. So I will take this input and we will come here and we will put it over here. Okay. Now let us come to the terminal and let us test it out. So I will write here what? Node day 56 challenge and we will hit enter. So what do I got? I got here 15 as a sum and we are getting here what? 3 as an our average. So that means this is also running properly. If you come up and if you check the output, you are getting first one as 30 and second one as 3, right? So that means this both the things are executed properly. So let us come down and let us comment it out, which is not required. So line number 28, we will comment out. Line number 31, we will comment out. So let us come here and now let us improvise this console.log statement. So I will pass here what? Template literal syntax and I will write here comma. Okay. I will write here what? The average of an array is. Okay. I'll write here like this. And here we are going to write our array also. So in the previous challenge, I explained you very clearly that whenever we want to write array in template literal, we have to write it inside a square bracket, right? So we will write here what? Square bracket inside that dollar and flower braces and we will write here our array. Now let us come here and check it out. So I will clear the terminal and we will write here what? Node day 56 challenge and we will hit enter. What do I got? I got the average of an array is 30. Average of an array is 3. That means this is successfully executed, right? Now let us come here and we will comment this out. Line number 28, line number 31. And here we will put colon as well. Okay, now let us see what do we get. So let us come here, clear the terminal and rerun this node day 56 challenge and we will hit enter. So what do we get? We got here what? Average of an array is 30. Average of this array is 3, right? So that means it is successfully coming and the rest of the things is not coming because we have commented it out. Okay. So let us come here and we will have a quick recap of this question. Okay. So let us come up and what we are going to write. We have to write a JS function to calculate the average of all the numbers in an array, right? And if you see here, we had our input and output, right? So we have been provided with our two arrays, right? And they provided the output also, correct? Then at line number 12 and 13, what we did, we took the important chunks of the question and we mentioned here. So what was it? We have to write a JS function. There is where we defined our function name, right, called as a calculate average. Then we came at line number 13 and we wrote what? Average of all the numbers, right? We understood just how we have to find out the average of all the numbers without considering an array, right? So we understood that first we have to sum it up and then we have to divide by the list of the numbers, correct? Then we came down and the same thing we wrote in our approach as well. So for that we used our reduce method, right? What does this reduce method do? It is an array method and it is going to iterate through the array, adding each element to the accumulator, right? So this method is going to calculate the sum of all the elements in array. And finally, it returns our accumulated value. Correct? So we understood this and we wrote our approach, right? So in this question, the first thing we used here, what? A reduce method. What does this method do? It is going to iterate through the array, adding the each element to the accumulator, right? It's an array method and it returns the accumulated value. That is why we have used a reduce method to calculate the sum of all the elements in an array, right? And then we understood also how the iteration is going to perform. What is ACC? What is CV? Why we are writing ACC plus CV, right? We understood everything, right? What is ACC? ACC is nothing but the accumulator and CV is nothing but the current value. Because every iteration, there will be a shift in the current value. So that is why we write here our current value. After that, we wanted to divide the sum by the total number of elements, right? For that, we used array dot length, right? So that is why we have used our dot length property, correct? So that is where we were dividing sum with our array dot length, and we got our average, okay? The same thing we wrote inside our function also. At line number 27, we declared our function called as a calculate average, and we were passing ARR as a params, right? Then at line number 28, we wrote our what console.log ARR just to test whether our function is running properly or not, right? Then at line number 30, we wrote here what const sum is equal to, and we used our reduce method to store the sum of all the elements of an array inside that sum variable, right? So for that, we used our reduce method and we did the calculation as what ACC plus CB, right? And finally, we got our sum also. Then at line number 31, we wrote our console.log sum to test whether we are getting sum or not, right? Then we here clearly found out our average also. What we did, we divided our sum by our length, right? So that is where we have done sum divided by ARR.length, and we stored inside a variable called as average, right? Then at line number 34, what we did, we improvised our console.log statement, right? What we wrote here, the average of an array is what average, right? And we also understood whenever we want to write an array inside a template literal, we have to write it inside a square bracket. And then you have to write dollar flower braces ARR. That is as usual. Always remember, whenever you're writing array, don't miss out the square bracket, okay? If you're missing out, you will just get a list of numbers. You will not get in an array form, okay? Then we came at line number 37 and 38. We invoked this function 2 times and we got our exact output in the terminal, correct? Now, when we are invoking it, what it is happening? Our reduce method is summing up all the elements of an array, and then total sum is getting divided by what? Array.length to calculate the average. Correct? So let us clear the terminal and rerun it one more time. So I will write here what? Node day 56 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do we get? We got here 30 and 3. That is nothing but the exact output, okay? I will tell you guys why this challenge is important, because calculating the average is a basic yet critical operation used in statistical data analysis, computing grades or performance metrics, and also in aggregating the results in algorithms. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about finding a minimum value in every sliding sub-array of size k. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. In the VS Code, if we see, we have our question along with the sample input and output, right? So what is the question? We have to write a JavaScript function to find the minimum value in every sliding sub-array of a size k. And if we see the input, we have what? Our array, and we have the k value as well, right? And in the output, we have been provided with an array, right? So we will have to understand this question. So for this, what we will do, first we will break down this question and understand as well. So let us come here and we will write here what? First, we have to write our JS function, right? So we will write here JS function. Then what is the next important line here? That we have to find the minimum value in every sliding sub-array of a size k. So this everything is important, right? So that also I will take here and I will put it over here, okay? Now, since this question is asking to find the minimum in every sliding sub-array, so we will come here and what we will do, we will define our function name as what? Find, we will write minimum in sub-array. This will be our function name, okay? So let me just write it like this with a parenthesis, okay? Now let us come down at line number 10 and understand the question, what it is given to us. So now let us come here and we will understand the input and output, okay? So in the input, what we have been provided, we have our array, we have the k, right? Now in this array, what is being said, we have to keep sliding, right? And we have to take the sliding sub array of size k. So what is our size k? That is means 3, right? So what you will do, you will keep sliding with a window size of 3. So first our sub array will be what? 1, -2 and -3. Then you will slide. So you will go to where -2, -3 and -4. This will be your second sub array. Then again you will slide to the next element, and what will be our window? -3, -4 and 5. Then again you will slide and you will have what? -4, 5 and 6, right? And after that you are going to slide again to 5, 6 and -7. Now when you are sliding it up, along with that we have to find the minimum value, right? So if you see here, what do we have? 1, -2 and -3. So what is the minimum value? -3 is the minimum value. That is where you get here -3, right? Then now you slide, what is there? -2, -3 and -4. This will be your second sub array. From that, what will be your minimum value? -4. That is what you have. Now when you again slide, what will be our array? -3, -4 and 5, right? So what is there again in that? -4, right? That is the minimum value. That is where you get here. Again, when you are taking this particular array, that is -4, 5 and 6, what is our minimum value? Nothing but -4. Then our last window size, that is 5, 6 and -7. So what will be our minimum value? -7. That is why you are getting in the output like this. That means -3, -4, -4, -4 and -7, right? This is our output. Now we have to understand the approach, how we are going to get this particular output, okay? Yeah. So we will come here and we will write here what? Approach, okay? Now in this particular question, we are going to use our nested loop. So let me just write here nested loop. What is a nested loop? A loop inside a loop, right? Now in this question, we will be just using two loops. That means we will have a I loop, and inside I loop, we will have our J loop, okay? This is what we are going to use it. Now I'll tell you why we need a nested loop here. Because if you see our input array, what we are doing it, we are taking our sub array, right? And then we are sliding it up. That means we are working on the elements, right? So we will take our I loop and it is going to iterate over the starting index of each sub array. So for example, this will be our first iteration which is going to work. This will be our second iteration. This will be our third iteration, and so on. So if you see how many sub arrays you can find here. So this will be our first sub array. This will be our second sub array. This will be our third sub array. This will be our fourth sub array, and then you will get your last sub array. This will be our 5, 6 and -7, right? Last sub array. So if you see here, our I loop should run how many times? 5 times, okay? So I will just write here what? 5 times, because we want how many sub arrays from this? I will write here 5 sub array also, okay? Now let us come here and let us write here our for loop also. So I will write here what? For let I is equal to 0, because it's an array and we want from 1, right? From here. So we are going to write I is equal to 0, and where it should end? I should end at 5, right? That means 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. I'm saying like this, okay? So let us come down and write our I loop. So I will write here what? For, and inside this we are going to write our let I is equal to 0. Why I is equal to 0? Because we are starting from here, right? So that means from 1. So this will be I is equal to 0. And where it is going to end then? If we are considering I is equal to 0, I should end at what? Less than or is equal to 4. Then only it will be 5 times, right? 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. If you count, it is total 5 times. So how we will get this 4? If I make it 4 and if I'm going to put some other input array, then it will not work, because it will have different number of sub arrays, right? So that is where we will have to write here some logic, okay? Normally what we put arr.length, right? That means our, what is our length of this? If you see, we have 7 elements in this, right? So our array.length will be what? 7. And if you see your k value, what is our k value? It is nothing but 3. So if you use here 7 minus 3, what you will get? You are going to get what? 4, right? That means exactly what we need here, right? So then what we will do, instead of writing 4 here directly, I will write here what? Arr dot length minus k. So this will give me always whatever I will be passing an input array, according to that it will provide me. So that is why instead of hard coding, we are going to use it like this. Okay. And then obviously we are going to increment it, right? Correct. Now this is our I loop. So it will iterate now 5 times. Okay. That is what it is going to do. Now here we are going to write our inner loop also, right? So let us come here and we will write here our inner loop. Now what will be our inner loop? It will be a J loop. And what it is going to do? Our inner loop will gather the elements from the current sub array of a size K. And then we have to write a logic to find the minimum also, right? So that is what we are going to do it here. So first let us write our J loop. So what will be there inside the J loop? So we will come here and we will write here what? Let J is equal to I. We are not going to start from 0. Why I? Because we need to slide along with our I, right? Or you can say we want to shift along with our I. Because if our I is at here, this will be our sub array. If our I is placed here, this will be our sub array. So we have to move along with our I. That is why J is equal to I. And where it is going to end? Now I'll explain you why I'm writing here I plus K. What is our sub array size? Our sub array size is nothing but 3. That means our inner loop, J loop, should always run 3 times. Correct? Make sure, okay. I will explain you guys now why I have written I plus K, okay. Now what is our sub array size? Our sub array size is what? 3, right? That means it should run every time 3 times, right? This is our sub array. So the loop should run 3 times. So our inner loop, that means our J loop is going to run what? Always 3 times. So if you see here, the logic which I have written, I will explain you with help of the iteration. So what I will write here, I is equal to 0, our first iteration, that time our J will become what? J is equal to I, then J will also become 0, right? Then what is our condition we have written? J less than 0 plus 3 I will write. Why 0 plus 3? Because I plus K, I is what right now? 0, and what is K? It is nothing but 3, right? What is the K value? It is 3. So I plus K, that means 0 plus 3. So what it is going to give me? 3, right? Then what will be our number of iterations? It is going to start from 0 and it will end at 2, right? Because we have written 0 plus 3, that is 3. So 0, 1 and 2. How many iterations? 3 iterations, right? That means 3 times this loop will run. After that, I value is going to increment, right? I is equal to 1 will happen, correct? Then what will happen to the J value? It will also become J is equal to 1. Then how many times it is going to run? So what it will be? J will be less than 1 plus 3. 3 will remain constant because I value is not changing. So what it will be? 4. Then how many times this loop is going to run? 3 times again. How? 1 to 3, right? Because it is 4. So again, if you come here, how many times this will run? 3 times only, correct? Let us come down. Now when I is equal to 2, so J will be 2, right? Then what will be our condition? J less than here 2 plus 3, 3 is going to remain same. What will be 2 plus 3? 5. That means it is going to run from 2 to 4, right? If you count 2, 3 and 4, how much it is? Again, it is 3 times only. So I will write here 3 times. So this loop is going to run again 3 times. Now when I becomes 3, so we will come down and we will write here what? I is equal to 3. What will be our J value? It will be again be 3, right? Now what will be our condition? J less than 3 plus 3. What is 3 plus 3? Nothing but 6. Now how many times it is going to run? Again 3 times, right? Because 3 to 5 it will run. 3, 4 and 5. So how many times it is? Again 3 times. So I'll write here again 3 times, okay? So for each iteration you are observing, right? Now when I becomes 4. So I will write here what? 4. What will be our J value? J also becomes 4, right? Now what will be our condition here? J will be less than 4 plus 3. Nothing but it becomes what? 7, right? That is what we are going to get. So how many times it is going to run now loop? If you see here, it is going to run 4, 5, 6, right? That means 4 to 6. Again, it will be what? 3 times only, right? So I will write here what? 3 times. Now when I becomes 5, the loop is going to terminate. So the loop will terminate. Why? Because we already understood in the beginning, I loop is going to run only 5 times. And if you count from 0 to 4, it is 5, right? So when I becomes 5, it is going to terminate the loop, and that is where is the end of the loop. But this is not the end of the question, guys. Why I'm saying is because I have just explained you how the loop is going to work, how the nested loop is going to work in this, okay? Now we have to work on our finding the minimum value of the subarray. Now we are getting our subarray. We are iterating over the subarray. Now let us come down and write down the logic to find the minimum value from the subarray. Okay, so I'm just going to write it like this. Now let us come here and we will declare here a temporary variable with an empty array. Okay. Now why do I need this? Because I am going to store the elements of each subarray. So whatever will be our subarray, we are going to store it here. So I'll just write it subarray store. So we are going to store our elements of the each subarray into this temporary array. How we are going to do that? By using our push method. Okay, so we will use here what? Push method. So whenever we will use a push method, we are going to do that and it will get updated our temporary array. Okay, now what we will do, then we will come down and we are going to use your math.min method also. Okay, so by using this math.min method, we will find the smallest value in the sub array, correct? But we are not going to directly pass our temporary array. What we will do, we will pass it using a spread operator, and we will write here what temp. Now why spread operator we need it? Because we know that math.min method doesn't work on the array. It work on the numbers, right? So we need to provide the numbers. Now here we have an array, right? So what we will do in this case, we will use a spread operator to spread out the elements of the array. Then our math.min will work as per its requirement only. So then we will get our final smallest value from that sub array. Okay. So that is what we are going to do. So every time it will run and it will give me the minimum value. Now this math.min method is going to return me what? Minimum values, right? But if you observe the output, it is an array form, correct? So we will come here above our loop and we will declare an empty array called as a result. So I will write here result is equal to empty array. And we will come here and what we will do, I will use again push method because I want to push our minimum values, right? So we will come here and what we will do, result I will write here. Let me just comment it out. Result dot push I will use, and here what we are going to do it, then we are going to pass our minimum value. Suppose whatever the values I am getting, I am storing inside a min value. So that is what I am going to push it here, and then we will get our final result. So at the end of the day, we will console it outside our loop, our final result, and that will be having our minimum values from that particular window size. Okay. And that is where will be our final output. So this will be our final output. Okay. So this was our approach. Now let us come down and we will implement the same thing inside our function. So what I am going to write, function, and what will be our function name? Find min and sub array, right? And let us quickly invoke it. So we will come here and what we are going to write, find min sub array, and here we are going to pass our input array and our k size value. So what is our input array? This is our input array and k value is what? 3. So let us pass it to this. So I will write here what? Array comma 3. Okay. And we will receive here as a params nothing but arr comma k, right? Now let us come here and we will just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log arr comma k. Okay, let us test in the terminal also. So we will write here what? Node day 62 challenge, and we will hit enter. What we get? We got our array and our k value as well, right? That means this function is running properly, correct? Now let us come here and we will write our nested loop now. So what it is going to start? It will start with a I loop, right? So we are going to write here what? For let I is equal to 0, right? And where it is going to end, if you see above, it will end at where? I less than or is equal to arr dot length minus k, right? So this I will take it from here and let us put it over here, okay? So this is what we are going to do it. Now we will just console our I value, okay? So console.log, I will write here I and we will write here comma I. Now let us test it here in the terminal. So I will write here what node day 62 challenge and we will hit enter. What do we get? I0, I1, I2, I3 and I4. That means we are getting our values, right? And if you see here how many times it is running, only 5 times. That is what we have done here. When I reaches 5, it is going to terminate, correct? That is what here is also happening. Now let us come here and we will write our J loop also. So where J is going to start? J is going to start at where? J is equal to I, right? And where it is going to end? We have written here J less than I plus K. So let us take it here and we will put it here. And then we will write here what? J plus plus, right? And we will come here and we will just console. So let us see how many times this is running. So we will write here what? J and we will put comma J, okay? Now let us come here and we will rerun it. So I'll clear the terminal and we will run at what? Node day 62 challenge and we will hit enter. What do we get? See, for I is equal to 0, it is running how many times? 3 times. Can you see here? 0, 1 and 2. When I is equal to 1, it is running how many times? 3 times only. 1, 2 and 3. That is what we have done here. 1, 2, 3. When I becomes 2, it is running how many times? 2, 3 and 4. That is what we have done here, right? When I is equal to 3, how many times? 3, 4 and 5. Now we will write the logic to store the minimum values of the sub array. Okay. So first we have to declare a temporary array. So we will write here what? Let temp is equal to empty array. And then what we are going to store? We are going to store the J values. So what we will do? We will write here what? Temp dot push and we are going to push our ARR of J values, right? So that is how we are going to get it. So we are going to gather the elements of the sub array and we are going to put it in our temporary array. So our temporary array will hold nothing but our current sub array. Now we will come here outside this loop and what we will do? We are going to use our math.min method. So I will come here and declare what? Min val, okay? And we will write here what? Math.min and what we are going to do here? In this, we will use our spread operator writing our 10. Correct? What will our spread operator do? It will spread out the elements of an array and then we can easily find the minimum value of the sub array, right? But now if you just console your minimum value, you will get it. So I will write here what? Console.log min value. Okay, let us see what do we get. So let us come here and clear the terminal and node day 62 challenge and we will hit enter. What do you get? See, -3, -4, -4, -4 and -7. That means here it is storing and here we are getting the minimum value. Now it is in an array form, right? That is what we have done here. Now since it is an array form, we are going to declare one more variable here, right? That is nothing but result is equal to an empty array, correct? And then we will come here and we are going to store that out, right? So we will come here and what we will do? Result dot push, right? And whatever is the minimum value, please store it or push it inside our result, right? And then outside this, what we are going to do then? We will write our console.log result, correct? Let us write it here and let us come here in the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here clear terminal and I'll write here what? Node day 62 challenge and we will hit enter. What do you get? See, -3, -4, -4 and -7. We are able to get this particular output. So if you see, we are successfully getting the final output. So let us comment the all other things, right? So console.log this line also and this particular line also. And let us just test it one more time. So we will type here CLS and what we will do? We will write here what? Node and we will write here day 62 challenge and we will hit enter. We got our final output. If you want to see your sub array, you can console your temp also, okay? So I can write here console.log temp and let us see what do we get. So let us come here and rerun it one more time. See, this is our sub arrays and from this it is finding it out. So a temporary variable was there. It is holding nothing but our each sub array, okay? And what we have done, we have used a push method to do that, okay? Now let us come here. Now let us come here and just improvise our console.log statement. So I will write here what? Minimum values of sub array. So I'll write here minimum values of subarray and colon I will just write, and we can just see in the terminal. So note day 62 challenge and hit enter, you get your final output. Okay. Let us come here and have a quick recap of this particular question. So if you come at the top, what was the question? We had to write a JavaScript function to find the minimum value in every sliding subarray of size k, right? And we had been provided with the input and output, right? What was our input? We had an array and the k value, right? And in the output, we have got our minimum value in every sliding subarray, correct? That was our input and output. Now we understood this question and we broke down here, right? So we wrote our function name as what? Find minimum subarray, right? Then we also understood how to slide it with a window size of k, right? Our k value was 3 and we kept sliding after each element, right? Like this, and this was our subarray elements, right? And that is where now we understood it and we wrote our approach also. And we wrote a nested loop, right? What was the outer loop doing? It was iterating over the starting index of each subarray. And what was inner loop doing? It was gathering the elements of the subarray of size k, right? So then how many times the outer loop is going to run? It is going to run 5 times, right? And for each iteration, j is going to run 3 times. That we have seen very clearly, right? Then what we understood, that we have to declare 2 variables now. One was our result array, one was our temporary array, right? Which is going to hold our subarray elements. So that is what we did using a push method, right? So we have written here the logic as well, right? After that, we used our math.min method to find the smallest value in the subarray stored in the temporary array. That also we have used it along with our spread operator, right? Then we came here and we pushed the minimum value into our resultant array, right? And then we return our result array after processing all the subarrays, right? That is what we have done. And the same thing we wrote it inside our function also. We declared a function name as what? Find min in subarray, and we were receiving here 2 params, that is nothing but arr and k, right? Then we wrote our nested loop here and we also declared the variables wherever it was necessary, right? So finally we got our result where it was holding all the minimum values. Then at line number 48, we just console the minimum values of subarray, and that is where we got our final output. And at line number 50, we invoked with a input array and our window size 3, right? And if we clear the terminal, we can see our final output. That is nothing but note day 62 challenge. And if you hit enter, you are getting the minimum value of the subarray, right? That is what we have done here, right? Then, so guys, sliding subarrays are the subsequences of the array formed by the consecutive elements. This challenge reinforces the use of nested loop and the array operations in JavaScript. Also, I will tell you why this challenge is important. Because it builds the understanding of sliding window problems often used in the competitive programming. It also strengthens your logical thinking and loop optimization skills. So start solving this question now itself and see how you can optimize this question more as well, okay? Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about finding the maximum value in every sliding subarray of a window size of a k. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, okay? So let us read out this question. We have to write a JavaScript function to find the maximum value in every sliding subarray of size k. And if you see here, we have been provided with the input, that is an array, and the k value, right? And in the output, we have the final output here, okay? So let us understand this question now. So let us come here and we will break down this question. So what we have to write? We have to write here what? JS function, okay? Now what is the next important part of this question? That we have to find the maximum value in every sliding subarray of size k, right? So that also I will take here and we will put it over here. Now let us come to the line number 8 and we will define our function name, okay? Now what we have to find? We have to find the maximum value in every sliding subarray of size k, right? So we will come here and define our function as what? Find max in subarray. This will be our function name with a parenthesis. Okay. Now let us come to the line number 9. Let us understand this line number 9. What we have written, we have to find the maximum value in every sliding subarray of size k, right? So now to understand this, we will come to our input and output. Okay. So if we see in the input what we have been provided, we have been provided with an array. We have been provided with a k value. Now, why we have been provided with a k value? Because we have to get a subarray of a size k. So that is why we have here our k. Okay, now in this, if you come, there are total how many elements? There are total 7 elements if you see. So from 1 to 7 it is, right? So what is the length of this array? It is 7. Okay. Now in this 7 length, how many subarrays can be formed? If you see within sliding, this will be our first array, correct? Then if you slide it with the next element, this will be the next array. Then if you slide it, this will be our next array. And if you slide it, this will be our next array. And after that, this will be our last subarray, right? So if you see here, how many arrays can be formed? It can form 5 subarrays, okay? With a sliding effect, okay? So now, if you come here, if this is our first subarray, 1, -2 and -3, right? So what is the maximum value? It is 1, right? Now when you slide -2, -3, -4, what will be the maximum value? -2. That is what you have here. Now if you again slide -3, -4 and 5, what is the maximum value? 5, right? Then again if you slide -4, 5 and 6, what is the maximum value? 6. Now again if you slide 5, 6 and -7, what is the maximum value in this subarray? It is 6, right? So that is where we have got our output in this form, okay? And the output is also in an array form, okay?
Now we have understood that how we are able to get this particular output from this input. So now let us come down and we will write our approach as well. Okay, so let me just write here approach. Now in this question, we are going to use our nested loop. Now what is a nested loop? A loop inside a loop is called as a nested loop, right? And this we have seen in our previous challenges as well. Okay, in this question, we are going to take only two loops. Okay, and what will be that? It will be I loop and a J loop. Okay, so I will write here what? I loop, and I will write here what? J loop. Okay, now I loop will be our outer loop and J loop will be our inner loop. Okay, so what this I loop is going to do? I loop will iterate over the static index of each sliding sub array. So that is what we are going to do. So it will slide and it will iterate over each sliding sub array. So let us come here and first we will understand our I loop itself, how we are going to write it. So we will write here what for, and where it will start. Obviously it is going to start at where I is equal to 0 because it's an array, right? So array is going to start at 0th index. So we are going to write here I is equal to 0. Now we have understood that there are 5 sub arrays, right, in this. So I will just write here how many sub arrays we have. 5 sub array. That means it should run 5 times, right? Then only it will give me the 5 values, that to a maximum values, right? So we have to make sure this loop is running how many times? 5 times it should run. If you see it, you can see here once again, this will be our first sub array. Then this will be our second sub array. Then this will be our third sub array. Then this will be our fourth sub array. And then you will have here what? 5 sub array. That means it should run 5 times. Now we are starting our I is equal to 0, right? That means how much time it will run? 5 times. So 0 to 4 is how much time? 5 times. So that means where our loop should end, I should be less than or is equal to 4. So if you count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, it is how much? 5 times, right? So that is where we are going to write it, and we are going to increment it also. Okay. Now if you see, I have written what? I should be less than or is equal to 4, correct? But we will not hard code it. Why we are not going to hard code it? There is a reason behind it. Now we are working with respect to this particular array. If I give you some other array, then what? There might be a possibility, right, that it will increase the sub array count or it will decrease the sub array count, because the length of the array will not always remain the same, right? So that is why what we will do here is we will not hard code this. We will try to get some logic in place of 4. So if you observe here, what is our length? We already discussed our length of the array is 7. And what is our k value? It is 3, right? So if you subtract 7 minus 3, what you will get? You will get here 4 if you subtract it. So this is what we are going to use it. So in place of 4, we will write here what? ARR dot length we will write, and we will write here what? Minus k. Okay. So this will be our for loop. So our loop will start I is equal to 0, I is equal to 1, I is equal to 2, I is equal to 3, and I is equal to 4. So there will be total 5 iterations happening, and this iteration will start over the starting index of each sliding subarray. So now let us come here and we will understand our inner loop also. That means our J loop. So I will write here what? J loop. Okay. Now we will write our J loop over here. So what we are going to write? For let J is equal to I. Now, why I am writing? Because if you see, whenever the value of our I is 0, this will be our sub array, right? As soon as it slide, this will be our second sub array. As soon as it slide, it will be our third sub array. So if you see, it is moving along with our I value. That is why J is equal to I. Okay. So now where it should stop, if you see how many times it should run 3 times, right? That is what is our logic here. Every time it is forming a 3 element sub array, right? So we have to make sure that it is running 3 times, correct? So whatever the value of I will be there, plus 3 I would do. That is what I am going to do. So if you see here, then what I will write here then? Whatever the value of I. So I am going to do here what? I plus 3 always, correct? Whatever will be the y, because I am starting with the I value. So if I is 0, then 0 plus 3 I am going to do. If I is 1, then I plus 3 I would do, because it will be 4, then 1 to 4 it will run. We will see this into our iterations now. I'm just telling you. So I plus 3 I will do. That means here in this case, what will happen? 0 plus 3 I will write, that is equal to 3, correct? So I need 3 iterations. We are getting it. Now in this case, I is okay. But what is our 3? 3 is nothing but our k, right? So we can substitute this 3 by k. And what we will write here? J should be less than I plus k. Here I will write. And I will increment this by j plus plus. Got it? Now let us understand the iteration. Okay. So when I is equal to 0, what will be the j value? J will be 0, right? Then we have our condition. J is less than I plus k. That is nothing but 0 plus 3. So that is equal to 3, right? So how many times this loop is going to run? 3 times. How? 0 to 2 it will run, and it will be how many times? 3 times, right? Now let us come down and we will see when I is equal to how much? 1, right? So what will be our j value? J will also be 1, and we will write here what? J should be less than 1 plus 3, right? Because it's I plus k, so 1 plus 3 we will write, correct? So I'll write here 1 plus 3, that is nothing but 4. So our loop will run from 1 to 3, right? That is nothing but our 3 times itself, right? Now let us come down and see when I is equal to 2. So what will happen when I is equal to 2? J will be also is equal to 2, and J will be less than 2 plus 3, right? That is nothing but what? 5. So our loop is going to run 2 to 4, correct? That is nothing but what? 3 times, right? So I'll write here 3 times. If you count 2, 3, and 4, it is 3 times, right? Now when I becomes 3, so I'll write here what? I is equal to 3. So what will be our j value? J value will also be 3. And what is our condition? J should be less than I plus k. That is nothing but 3 plus 3. That is what? It is 6. So the loop is going to run from which point? It is going to run 3 to 5. If you count, it is again 3 times, right? So I'll write here 3 times. So this loop is going to run again 3 times, correct? Now when I is equal to 4, okay, so I will write here I is equal to 4. Then what we will have our j value? J will also be 4. And then we will write here our condition. What will be the condition? 4 plus 3, that is nothing but what? 7, right? Now we will run our condition from 4 to 6. If you count 4, 5, 6, it is again 3 times, right? So I will write here what? 3 times. Now this is where our 5 iteration is completed. Okay. Now I value is going to increase again. I is equal to 5, but our I condition it is going to check. And that is where the I condition fails and the loop will terminate here. Okay. So that is why we will not be proceeding with further iteration, because we are stopping here, right? At 5 maximum. So this will be our J loop. So this is how it is going to work along with our I loop. Okay. Now this is just, we have understood the iteration with each sliding sub array. So we have understood how our I loop and our J loop is going to work, right? What is I loop doing? I loop is iterating over our starting index of each sliding sub array, and our inner loop is going to gather the elements of the current sub array. Okay. Let us see how it will do it. Okay. So we will come here, and what we will do now, we will write the logic, okay, for finding the maximum value from this subarray. This is just the iteration, right? This is not the end, right? We have to find our maximum value from the subarray. So I'll come here and I'll write here what, find the max value, okay, from the sub array. Okay, so that is what I'm going to write here. Now what we will do, the first thing we are going to do it here, we will declare an temp variable and we will initialize with an empty array. Why we are doing it? Because here we are going to store our elements of the sub array. Okay, so that is why we are doing it. And by using what we will be doing it, by using our push method. Okay, so this method we will use it and we will push it to our temporary variable. Okay, that is nothing but an empty array, so we will keep pushing it. Okay, after pushing, what we will do, we will use our math.max method. Okay, so I will come here and I will write here what, math.max method. Okay, and in this we will pass our temporary array. Now we cannot pass our temporary array directly, we will have to take help of what, spread operator. Why? Because math.max method only take the values, direct numbers it will take, and it is going to provide you the maximum value. But here in this case we have an array, so we will have to take the help of our spread operator. Why spread operator? Because it spreads out the elements of an array, right? So that is why we are going to use our math.max method, and in that we will pass our array along with a spread operator. So it will spread it out and it is going to give our what, max value. So I will write here our max value. Then what we will do later on, if you see the output, it is in an array form, right? So we will have to come here and we will also declare one more empty array, and that we can name as result. Okay, so I will write here as a result and we will declare that empty array, and whatever the value we are getting it, we will keep pushing it inside it. So we will come here and what we will do, we will write here what, result we will write, and we will use our push method, and whatever the max value will be there, we will keep pushing to that resultant array. Okay, so we will come and finally we will get our max value array from that sub array. So I will write here what, in this result we will have our max value from our sub array. So we will be getting our final output like this. So this is what we are going to do, and this is our final approach. So I hope you have understood the nested loop. You have understood how the loops are going to run, our I loop also, our J loop also, and then how we are going to find the maximum value from the sub array. Okay, so we will implement the same thing inside our function also. So let us come down and we will write our function. So let us come here and we will write our function and our function name. What is our function name? Find max in sub array. Let us quickly invoke it down. So I will write here what? Find max in sub array, right? And in this we are going to pass our input array and the k value. So let us take it from here. And this is our input array and this is k value, right? K is equal to 3. So let us pass it to this. So I will write here this input array and I will write here 3. So this is nothing but we are passing as an arguments, right? So let us receive here ARR comma what? K, right? And let us come here and console it out. So console.log and I will write here ARR comma K, right? Now let us test it out in the terminal. So we will write here what? Node day 63 challenge and we will hit enter, correct? Now, if you see, we got our input array and we got our K value also. So both the inputs, we are receiving it here, right? Now let us come here and we will write our nested loop, okay? So what is our nested loop? First, we are going to start with our I loop. So we will write here what? For let I is equal to 0, right? And where it is going to end, we have written here, right? I should end at ARR dot length minus K, right? So we will come here and we will write it over here, okay? And we are going to increment it I plus plus, right? Inside that there will be a J loop. So we will write here what? J is equal to what? I, correct? And then it is going to end at where? J should be less than I plus K. We have understood the iteration also, right? And we will come here and what we will write? Then I will write here J plus plus, okay? And we will come here and we will console it out our J value and our I value. Let us see. So I will write here what? Console.log, and we will write here our template literals. I will write here I colon, and let us write here dollar I, okay? And then we will put comma, and then we will write J colon dollar J. Let us see what do we get in the terminal, okay? Let us come here and rerun it here. So we will clear the terminal. So we will write here what? Note day 63 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do you get? See, for each iteration, it is going to run 3 times. When I is 0, J will run 3 times. When I is 1, again 3 times. When I is 2, again 3 times. When I is 3, J is again running 3 times. When I is 4, J is running again 3 times. So, and you can see 0 to 2. That is what we have written, 0 to 2. Then we have written 1 to 3. Same 1 to 3. Then we have written 2 to 4. You can see here 2 to 4, and you can match your I value also. It is matching it up. When I is equal to 3, 3 to 5, right? That is what we have done here. And then 4 to 6 also it is coming. And it is not running for I is equal to 5 because your I condition doesn't get satisfied and it fails, and that is why it is terminating the loop. So please pause the video here and understand one more time the iteration while doing this function, okay? Now we will come here and I will just comment this out for a time being, okay? Now let us come down and we will now find out our maximum value. So we will write our logic to find out the maximum value. So what we have to do first, we have to declare a temporary variable and we will initialize it with what? Empty array. So let us write here what? Let temp is equal to an empty array, right? And we will come inside this by using a push method. We are going to store the value of J. So if you want to check it out, what is the J value? That also you can check it out by doing ARR of J, okay? I will just write here what? Temp dot push I will write, and in this what I am going to pass? ARR of J, correct? And this will be updating our temporary variable. That is nothing but our temporary array, I can say. So we can come here and we can console that out also. So console.log temp, you will find your temporary sub array. So let us come here and we will clear the terminal and we will rerun it. Note day 63 challenge, and we will hit enter. So you see you are getting your sub arrays. This will be your first sub array. This will be your second sub array, third sub array, fourth, and this is your 5. So you are getting totally 5 sub arrays. You can see here clearly from here and it is ending at here, and you can understand it. This was our first, then second, then third, and this was our last, right? 5, 6, and -7. You are getting it till the last. That means 5 sub arrays we are able to get it. Now in this, what we have to do here, we will come and we will find our maximum value by using our math.max method, right? So let us declare one more variable as a max val, okay? So we will come here and we will write here what? Const max val is equal to, we will use our math.max method. So I'll write here math.max. And in this, using our spread operator, we will use our temporary array. So I'll write here like this, and we can console our max value also. So let us come here and console it out. Let us see, do we get or not? So console.log, I will write here what? Max val. So we will get here in the terminal what? The values, right? So let us come here and clear the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here what? Node day 63 challenge, and we will hit enter. See, what do you get? When this was your sub array, it is 1. When this is your sub array, it is -2. When this is your sub array, it is 5, right? And when this is your sub array, it is 6. When this is the last sub array, it is 6, right? You can match with this your final output: 1, -2, 5, 6, and 6. So you're getting the exact values what has been expected, right? But this is in an array form, right? So that is why what we decided, that we will declare a empty array and we will start pushing it to that empty array, right? So we will come here at the top and we will declare an empty array here. So I will write here what? Let result is equal to empty array, right? And we will come here and whatever is the max value, we are going to push it to our result array. So I will write here what result dot push, and I will write here what max val. Okay, that's it I'm going to write. Now just let us comment all the console.log statements and we will see what is the output we are getting. Okay, so let us comment this out and let us comment this out also, and let us save it. Okay, let us come here and we will check it out, but we haven't consoled it till now the result, so we are not going to get our result, right? So we will come here and we will console that as well. So console.log, and we will write here what result. Okay, now let us come to the terminal and test it. So I will clear this out and we will write here what node day 63 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do you get? 1 minus 2 5 6 and 6. Let us check our output. See, 1 minus 2 5 6 and 6. So this is nothing but our final output array. We are getting this, correct? Now let us come here and we can just improvise this. So I will write here what maximum values of the sub array. Okay, so let us write here like this. So I will write here what maximum values of sub array. Okay, let us write it and rerun it one more time. Okay, sub array colon we will write, and let us clear it and we will rerun it. So we will write here what node day 63 challenge, and we will hit enter. So what do you get? You got your maximum values of an sub array is 1 minus 1 5 6 and 6, right? So this was our final approach which we have implemented inside our function also, and we are able to get it also. You can try out with a different arrays also, it is going to work. Okay, and even if you want to change your window size, you can also change the window size to k is equal to 4 and 5. It's up to you. That is why we have written this logic by using our k value. Otherwise we would have hard coded it, but we have not hard coded it. We have used our k value wherever it was necessary. Okay, that is why we will not be able to get anything wrong here. So let us come here and we will invoke it one more time and we will pass another array. Okay, so let us write here 23 comma 45 comma 67 and comma 89. In this, how many sub arrays can be formed? Only two sub arrays, right, of a window size of a 3. Let us come here and let us pass here only 3 once again. Okay, so let us test it out one more time in the terminal. So I will write here what node day 63 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do you get? See, 67 and 89. We are able to get from this maximum value and from this maximum value. Okay, let us invoke it one more time and we will change our k value also. Let us see that out also. So I will write here find max in sub array, and we will come here and we will pass 79, 45, 78, 90, 34, 23, a big array I'm writing here, and we will write a window size of 4. Okay, let us come here and we will clear the terminal and rerun it one more time. So I will write here what node day 63 challenge, and let us hit enter. What do you get? 90, 90, 90. Let us see. Our k size is 4. So if you see here, what is our first sub array? It is this one, 78, 45, 78 and 90. What is the maximum value? 90. You get 90. Correct. Now in the second sub array, when you slide it up, so this will be our 4 window size. Here again you can see 90, correct? And again, if you slide it up, what is the maximum value? 90 in this subarray. So every time it is 90 only. That is where we are getting here 90 as our subarray. If in place of 23, if I would have written 100, no, then you would have got 90, 90 and 100. Let us test that out. So let us come here and we will invoke it one more time and we will pass 100 in place of 23. So let us put it here and I will write here what 100. Okay. So remove this 23 and write 100. So let us come in the terminal and rerun it one more time. Node day 63 challenge and hit enter. See, you got 90, 90 and 100. So if you see in your last sub array, you are getting 100 as your maximum value. That is why it is getting updated. So if you see, it is working out with the different combinations with a different k value. So even if your window size is different, it is going to work. So this logic will work with whatever the length of the array and with whatever your k size will be. That means our window size will be with a sliding sub array. So it is going to work out. So that's what this question was demanding from us, and we have done that successfully also. So now let us come here and we will have a quick recap of this particular question. Okay. Now, if you see here, what was our question? We have to write a JavaScript function to find the maximum value in every sliding sub array of size k, right? And we had our input and output as well. So we understood how to reach to this particular output, right? Whenever we were sliding it up, we found out the maximum value, correct? And then we reached to this particular output, correct? That is what we understood. Then we broke down this question and we wrote at line number 9 our JS function. We defined the JS function as what? Find max in subarray with a parenthesis, right? And then we wrote here what? Find the maximum value in every sliding subarray of size k, correct? So from line, we wrote our approach, correct? So in this question, we understood that we will have to use a nested loop, that too only two loops, right? That is I loop and J loop, right? And how many times I loop is going to run? Only 5 times, correct? So we didn't hard coded it. We wrote here arr dot length minus k. So that is where our I loop is going to stop. So what is outer loop? That means I loop doing, it is iterating over the starting index of each sliding sub array, correct? Then we understood how the J loop is going to work. So since the window size was 3, we have to always make sure that it is running 3 times internally. For that also we wrote our logic, right? I plus k, correct? And then we understood the iteration. So we understood that I is going to run only 5 times, right? 0 to 4. And when I becomes 5, it will terminate. And hence our internal loop also terminated, right? And that is where we completed our all the iterations here. And once we understood the iteration, then it was very easy to find out the maximum value from the sub array, correct? Then we declared a temporary array and we stored the sub array element inside the temporary array, right? By using a push method. Then how we can get our maximum value? We can get by using our math.max method, right? And in that we were passing our array but using a spread operator, correct? We cannot directly pass the array inside our math.max. That is why we needed a spread operator, fine. So we got here our maximum values, but if you observe your output, it was in an array form. That is where we again had to declare an empty array and we pushed our maximum value to that result array, correct? And that is where we consoled it and we got our final resulted, and the same thing we wrote inside our function. So we came here at line number 32 and we wrote our function name as what? Find max in sub array. Then we consoled it out and we tested out and we created result as an empty array to store the final output inside this. Correct? Then we wrote our for loop. Both the loops we have written I loop and J loop, right? And here we wrote the logic for pushing inside a temporary array, and we wrote here logic to find out the maximum value from the sub array, right? So finally at line number 45, we stored everything into our result array. That is nothing but our final output, right? So whatever was the maximum value, by using our push method, we pushed it to that array and we got our final resultant at line number 47. We also improvised it, right? Maximum values of sub array colon and we wrote our result, right? So from line number 49 to 59, we have passed different input values, correct? We changed our array. Also, we changed our k value. So both we have seen, right? And if you test it in the terminal, we are going to get our correct output. So let us clear the terminal and rerun it one more time. Note day 63 challenge and we hit enter. So we are getting our final resultant array, right? So 4 times we have invoked and we are getting the proper 4 times correct output, right? So what we have done, guys, here, we have used our k to determine how many elements are to be considered at a time. This solution uses a brute force approach by evaluating all the possible subarrays of size k and by using math.max method with a spread operator, and is a powerful and a concise way to find the maximum value. That is what we have done. Now, why this challenge is important? Because it helps us to understand the sliding window technique, which is a crucial for optimizing solutions to problems involving sequential data. It also improves our problem solving skills and prepares us for coding interviews where logical algorithm challenges are common. Okay. So in day 62, guys, we have solved the problem for finding the minimum value in every sliding sub array of size k. The approach is quite similar to this one, where we used our math.min method and we passed our temporary array using a spread operator to find the minimum values.
Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is another classic sliding window problem, and this time we will focus on finding the first negative number in each sub array of size k. Okay, so let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS code. If we see in the VS code, we have here our question, right, along with the sample input and output. Okay, so let us read out the question. We have to write a JavaScript function to find the first negative number in each subarray of size k, right? And we have here our input and output, correct? So in the input, they have been given a array and the k value, right? This is nothing but our subarray size, right? And this is our output. Okay, so first of all, we will break down this question. Okay, so what we have to write? We have to write a JS function. So I will write here what? JS function. Okay, then what is the next important part over here? That we have to find the first negative number in each subarray of size k, right? So that also I will take here and I will put it over here. Okay, now we will come at line number 7 and we will define our function name. Okay, so what will be our function name? We will keep here what? Find first negative number. Okay, so let us write here what? Find first negative, okay, number with a parenthesis. So let us keep this as our function name, find first negative number. Okay, now let us come at line number 8 and we will read out once again what we have to do. We have to first find the negative number in each subarray of size k, right? Now over the last two challenges which we have solved, now you have understood how to slide it, what will be the subarray and everything, right? So let us come here to our input and output and we will understand once again. Now, if you see here, we have to use here what? The k value, right? So what is our k value? K is equal to 3. So when we slide it up here, we are going to use our k value to get our subarray. So it is 3, right? So we will have every time our 3 elements inside that subarray. So this will be our first subarray. Now when it is going to slide, what will be our second subarray? This will be our second subarray. Why? We have here k is equal to 3. So we are only going to keep 3 elements inside that. Again, you are going to slide up to the next element and this will be your third subarray, right? Then again you will slide, this will be your fourth subarray. Again you will slide, this will be your fifth subarray. And here it is the end of it because after that we don't have elements. So in this particular input, you have 5 subarrays of a window size 3, right? So now if you come to the output, what we have? -2, -2, -3, -4 and -7. So if you observe your first subarray, that is 1, -2 and -3. What is the first negative number? That is nothing but -2. Then you slide it and you go to the second subarray, that is -2, -3 and -4. In that, what is the first negative number? -2, right? Then you slide and you go to your third subarray, that is -3, -4 and 5, right? So in that, what is the first negative number? That is -3. Then again you will slide and you will take your first negative number, that is -4. And here is your last subarray. And what is the first negative number? That is -7. So this is how you are getting the output. And also you should remember the output is in an array, right? So that is why we will have to get our output in an array form itself. Okay, so we will come down and we will write our approach. So I will write here what? Approach. Okay, now this question is related to what? Sliding window technique, right? What does it do? It helps us to analyze a subset or a window of the array without recalculating the values for overlapping parts. Okay, for this problem, each window will consist of k consecutive elements. Okay, in this question, we are going to use a nested loop. Now, what is a nested loop? A loop inside a loop is called as a nested loop, right? So I will just write here what? Nested loop. And in this question, we are going to use what? Our I loop and our j loop. Okay, so I loop will be what? Our outer loop and j loop will be our internal loop. Okay, so inside our I loop, we will have our j loop. Okay, so we will come here and we will write our I loop. Okay, now what this I loop is responsible for? This I loop will be responsible for iterating over the starting index of each sliding subarray. Okay, so this outer loop, that means our I loop is running how many times? It will run 5 times. Why 5 times? Because we have seen that we have 5 subarrays, right? So that is why it is going to run 5 times. Okay, now what will be the condition we are going to pass here. So let us see here. So we will write here what for, and we will write here what let I is equal to 0, and then we will write here what I should be less than or is equal to ARR dot length minus K, and we will write here I plus plus also. So now let us understand why I have written I is equal to 0, I less than or is equal to ARR dot length minus K. Okay, I is equal to 0, it is very obvious because we are working with an array, right? And the starting index is what? 0. So we are going to write here what I is equal to 0, correct? And then I less than or is equal to ARR dot length minus K. That means what? ARR dot length is what? 7. Minus K is what? 3. So you will get here what? 7 minus 3 is what? 4. Correct? And we have to make sure our loop is running 5 times, right? So we will come here and we will get what? 4. That means loop is going to run 0 to 4. That means totally it is 5 times. 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. It is nothing but we are getting here 5. That means this loop is going to run 5 times. So that is all about our I loop. So I loop will iterate over the starting index of each sliding sub array. Okay. Now we have to see our internal loop also. That means our inner loop J. So I will write here what? J loop. Now what this loop is going to do? It is going to gather the elements of the current sub array. Okay. Why it needs to gather? Because we want to find the first negative numbers, right, in each sub array. So it will gather the elements of the current sub array, and then we can easily find out the first negative number in that each sub array. Okay. So now how the iteration will be performed? This iteration I have clearly explained in my previous 2 challenges